Hello, everybody in Twitchland.
Ooh. Hi, all.
Welcome to Inspired by Mystery podcast. I am your host, Sammy. This is my lovely co host, Dusty Rockets,
I'm a
right here.
co-host. I'm an interview co-host.
You are an interview co host. This is the very first
First time ever.
double interviewing that we are doing. So I'm really excited about it.
Yeah. I've
Based
never
on-
interviewed before, so
So just follow my lead. We got this.
okay, good.
And who are we interviewing, you may ask?
I was asking that.
You are.
Yeah, I was wondering.
I will answer your question.
Who
It is
are we
plain
interviewing?
toast, no jam. Everybody, welcome. Plain
Huzzah.
toast, no
Tis plain toast.
jam. Yay!
Tis plain toast.
And this is your second time with us, which is so awesome. We just had you on a couple weeks ago for our very first chat together, and it was such an amazing episode. And we talked about so many amazing things as far as ghosty stuff, witchy stuff, psychic stuff, tarot stuff. We were like, you know what? We got to have you back on, and we're going to do a tarot focused episode. So here we
Excellent.
are.
Yeah.
Indeed.
This is so awesome.
Oh, we got Dutch Oven Witch in here too.
Yay!
Hooray.
Hello, Dutch
Hey, hey, everybody.
Welcome. Oh, it's so lovely to have all of you folks in here right now.
Yeah.
It looks like in the chat, a lot of our good buddies are here. If anybody is lurking who is new, we welcome you.
Welcome.
And you are absolutely welcome to join the chat if you like.
Yeah.
I believe you have to create an account. It is a free account, takes 2 seconds. So if you are listening and you don't have an account and you'd like to join in the chat, just go ahead and make a little account real quick and feel free to ask questions. It's
Totally.
going to be a great class tonight. And if anybody has any questions, we welcome you asking. And I think it's going to be a really informative, awesome night tonight.
Mm-hmm. And
Yeah.
if you are a lurker and you subscribe, we have a lurk emote just for
We
you.
do. We do. We have some pretty cool emotes. As well as pretty cool emotes, this fantastic gentleman here, Plain Toast No Jam, is also a Twitch streamer. And I highly recommend you follow his channel because he does tarot readings, talks about witchy stuff and all different, paranormal, occulty type of stuff. But his emotes, if you subscribe to his channel, his emotes are on point. They're amazing.
They're so good.
They are amazing.
I would type and say hello to people in chat and also show you some emotes, but my keyboard is over here and I'm facing this way, so I'm without
no.
keyboard.
Dusty's
Coach
doing it
keyboard.
right now.
I'm
Actually,
putting all
he's
of
he's
your
putting
emotes in
all
there.
of your emotes into the
Oh,
chat right now,
excellent.
so you guys can all
Nice.
see.
Here's the plain toast emote
Yep,
selection.
they are fantastic. Highly
all
recommend
good.
you
I use them all the
subscribe.
time.
That's great.
Superb. And there's new ones coming. Eventually.
Really
There will be new ones, yes.
awesome. Oh,
Done
love
done
it.
by the artist who did my logo that is no longer on screen, but
Oh yeah, your new logo.
Oh,
Yes,
New
that's
logo is
yeah.
so
cool.
good too.
yeah, oh yeah.
High
It's
five to
very
that
cool.
artist. From one
Love
artist
that.
to another. High five.
That is
Yeah, no,
fantastic.
she is excellent. She is known as Marina Collins. She is very good.
Cool. That's awesome.
She rocks. Love it.
Real quick, while we're talking promotions, you sent me a couple links. One of them is your link tree, which I will put in there. But one of them is for your coffee. You have a coffee?
I'm starting a coffee. I have a coffee,
Good.
but I also run a coffee. Now, I got a real issue with them pronouncing it coffee, but that's just me. Um, I read that and I see Ko-Fi, see, but I understand what they're doing with the coffee, so, But I like to call it Ko-Fi, and I just drive people nuts with that.
Oh,
But anyway,
Ko-Fi.
the
That's so
the idea is, yes, I am launching a Ko-Fi, or coffee, and you can support me there. I'm going to be offering readings on the Ko-Fi. I haven't created a membership level yet or anything like that, but essentially, with a membership, you would get like at least one private reading a month, either by email or on Zoom, if with a higher membership level. There's immediate readings you can get. Anyway, I've got an entire thing set up. I just haven't
Cool.
had time to launch it all yet. And I will be offering tarot classes. So I'll be offering a workshop, like a 1 hour, hour and a half workshop kind of thing. And I will also be offering like in-depth courses. So
It's
Cool.
amazing.
the initial course would be like for 12 weeks. and then the second one would be like for another 4, and we'll see how that goes, kind of thing. But
Awesome.
yeah,
So hit that
yeah,
link and then follow and stay tuned.
Yes, that's very cool.
Nice.
yes, indeed.
That's super
I
fun.
dig it. Fun. I love it.
I'm
You're
Yeah,
fun.
just such a jack of many trades. I love it.
yeah.
That's great.
It's like $3 is like the thing to buy a coffee. That's the whole idea behind things. Like, hey, you're buying an artist or a streamer or a content creator that you support. You're buying them a coffee, right, for like $3 kind of thing, right?
Okay.
But I've called it also a liter of gas in Canada.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah, pretty much. Nice. That's awesome. Well,
Oh,
cool.
I love it. Very freaking cool. As far as your Twitch streaming page,
Hmm.
I know a lot of the folks that are watching right now that are in the chat already follow you, which is fantastic. But for anybody that may be listening after the fact, I would love for you to give a little overview of what it is that you do on your streaming page and what
Okay.
your schedule is so people could find you.
My schedule. That's a
Well,
point of
your
contention. But
schedule.
my schedule, yes. So essentially, I'm a variety streamer with leanings to the occult. So, Twitch is basically a gaming platform. Okay. So, but their most watched section now is just chatting, and just
Cool.
chatting kind of covers all the there's just so much good stuff on Twitch. I mean, there's some wonky stuff, but there's some really, really good stuff on Twitch. And so I'm generalized or categorized as a variety streamer because I do a number of different things, not just the one thing. So like you guys are doing the podcast kind of thing. I do tarot on Tuesdays. I do tarot talk and witchcraft on Thursdays. So basically, you can always catch me around 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I'm either on or I've been on for like maybe half an hour, swearing at, equipment and stuff like that.
For sure.
But yeah, so basically, 11 o'clock most nights you can find me on. Tuesday nights, as I said, I do straight up tarot, just tarot reads all night. And it's literally all night sometimes. Starting at like 10:30, 11, going till 4 in the morning, easily sometimes.
Awesome.
We've seen you go
Through the
pretty
witching
late.
hour.
Yeah, it's pretty late. I mean, not late for you guys, because,
It's not late for me.
it's only 1 a.m. for you guys, and you guys are probably up till 4 a.m. your time. But
I'm up a little later than that, but yeah, we'll just go with 4 a.m. Sure.
there's often 4 a.m. my time, and I've got to go to, work in 4 hours after that. So,
Yeah, that's
I'm
dedication for sure.
and some might call it self-abuse, but there's a fine line between dedication and self-abuse. But
There's just not
uh,
enough hours in a day, so you have to
there
squeeze everything in. Then you got to sacrifice certain things. You sleep when you're dead, right? That's what I say.
exactly.
Plenty
That's
of time for that
exactly my
later.
motto. So Tuesday straight up tarot. Thursday I do a little talk. I do some witchcraft. I'm dabbling in astrology now, so I'm learning it as I go. So I'm applying it, kind of thing. Not doing specific individual astrology readings. I'm just doing like an overview for the upcoming week, or the big astronomical events and the big astrological events, what's happening, kind of thing, and how it affects us generally or globally, if you will. Okay. And then what's going on witchcraft wise, like what phase of the moon is, what spells you might want to consider doing. I went in depth about Mercury retrograde, kind of thing, and why we shouldn't fear it as much as everybody goes, oh my God, it's Mercury retrograde. And while this particular one is kicking everybody's butt, generally speaking, if you're prepared for it, you can deal with it. Okay, it's not the end of times, as a lot of people like to think it is.
Sure.
And then Saturday night, I do a paranormal talk show. So, as I
I
said
gotta
on,
log into
on
that
our last
sometime. That
stream,
sounds so fun.
it's fun. I'm a big fan of Art Bell, right? I listened to his shows like way back when, like
Oh yeah, me too.
you
Love him.
couldn't before he was even streaming on the internet. I was like, figuring out how I could tune into the local
Me
station.
too. I used to
Yeah,
drive around and do
yeah,
the AM stations. The only time
exactly.
I ever turned AM station on was for Art Bell. Loved it.
Yeah, yeah. So
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a big fan of his. So I just kind of, and of course, I've been into the paranormal and the occult and spooky, creepy stuff all my life. So it's kind of like it's just fun to share that now with people and do it a la Art Bell kind of thing, but with the Twitch kind of spin on it. So a lot of images, some video from YouTube and kind of thing, and I do a lot of research and and talk about stuff. So I've done shows on asylums and how they, why asylums are such haunted places and the horrific conditions of most asylums that were around since the 1800s, kind of thing. I've taken a look at UFOs, big UAP news, Bigfoot, the general paranormal topics. I've got a lot more stuff coming up, really interesting things, and I'm getting into interviewing people. So my first interview was with the artist of my artwork, my new artwork, my new logo, and my new icon, and who will eventually be doing my emotes and maybe some screen work kind of thing. And
Awesome.
so she was the first big interview, and now I'm looking forward to interviewing some witch people I know and some authors, and really expanding things, giving them an extra platform to promote their thing on. Old teachers of mine, people I've worked with, or people that I purchase from that I trust and think are the best frickin' witches out there, kind of thing. So hopefully I can convince them to come on and do a
I
little
love
interview, maybe
it.
an hour, 45 minutes, and that'll be maybe witchcraft stuff will be more on Thursdays, and the people that I know that are more occultish would be on Saturdays, kind of thing. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it
Oh, I'm
goes
so
for sure.
excited about this.
Cool.
Since we've
So
been doing interviews, it's been so fun because I've been finding so many unique individuals, and every single person that I have on has something totally unique to add. And
yeah,
sometimes I don't even realize. Like at first, I liked having really like unobstructed view of doing an interview. I don't like to have it be too structured. I just like to kind of
hmm
go into it and see where it goes. And I've learned stuff about people I had no idea that they were even into, or stories that they had. So it's really fun to kind of see everything evolve with each individual. I've really enjoyed connecting with people. So I hope that for you as well, that you find that as well, where it's so fun for you to pick people's brains and learn about people. And I think there's a lot of interest of folks on the Twitch community
oh,
wanting to
absolutely,
peep in,
absolutely.
and learn about
hmm
other things all the time. It's really cool. I'm really excited that you're doing that.
Oh yeah,
It's gonna
and
be
of
good.
course other Twitch streamers that I know, which would be interesting to interview and stuff like that. And I'm hoping you guys will come on one of these days too, and we can
Oh my goodness, I would be
chat about this, that,
honored.
and the other thing.
Yes.
Awesome,
I would
awesome.
love it. Yeah, Saturdays we don't stream, so it's totally perfect. You just let me
Yeah,
know and I will be happy
very
to
cool,
come on.
very cool.
Absolutely. Oh, I love
And
it. I love our little community. It's great.
coming
So
up in
fun.
the future, as summer comes into play, I have a little bit more free time. I can do. I'm looking to get my DJing getting off the ground. So I'll probably be doing goth dark wave. I don't know which night of the week it'll be, but I'll probably be doing goth dark wave at least once a week, and then
Awesome.
the occasional metal stream or EDM, because
Awesome.
I love doing EDM. So
Yes.
and metal. Well, there's not a lot of metal streamers out there, and well,
Nope.
but it's fun to do. It's very fun to do metal kind of thing. Just playing some
Yeah.
metal. So metal,
I'm a
grunge,
fan
Definitely.
kind of
myself.
punk stuff, and
Yes, that's our shit.
so yeah.
Talking a
So
language. We'll tune
there you
in.
go.
Yeah.
There you go. So
I'm
Awesome.
in.
that'll be coming up, and I'm probably going to do gaming once a week too. Although I don't know what yet, but it'll probably be horror themed. And then there's a couple
Cool.
streamers that I want to do some shared gaming with, so that'll be fun too. So we'll see what happens.
Oh, it's so
Yeah.
great. I love it's
Awesome.
evolving
One
for
thing at a
you. It's so
time.
fun.
Yeah, yeah, one thing at a time. It's a slow thing. When I first started this, I was like, okay, everything Oh, I can't start yet because not all my ducks are lined up, not everything's ready to go, and blah 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 blah. And it's just like, okay, at some point you just gotta do it, start it, and
Yeah,
roll with it. And not
absolutely.
not everything pops up like overnight, kind of thing is what I had to remind myself. So
For sure. No, you got to start somewhere, and then you can always build upon it. Once you have
that's the idea.
a
Yep.
community and you have followers and people that love you, then you can add other things in. And some people might love all of it. Some people might be more akin to tune into, I don't know, the paranormal stuff more than the DJing stuff. But there might be
Yep.
people that are like, oh, this is my favorite kind of music. I'm not really into this other thing, but I love this. So you're just kind of hitting more people by having more
Exactly.
variety. I think it's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, good. I
I
hope
still,
that any of you guys followed Plain Toast.
yeah, I still haven't gotten a caller yet on my show because I have a phone number for people to call, and it's located in
Do you
Salem,
really?
of course.
Oh, that's awesome.
But
That's awesome.
nobody's called yet. But I guess from I did do radio at one point in my life, and it's like for every 100 of people that watch or listen to something, there's only about one or two that are ever going to call. Right? They're actually motivated to call in.
I want
So
to call
it's
in.
well, then we'll see you next
I didn't
stream.
know this was a thing. That's awesome.
Yeah,
I will
that's awesome. You
totally
got a
call in.
call
Yeah.
line. That's great.
Well,
And you have to say East of the Rockies when you
yes, that's
answer the
right.
phone.
Well, I won't
And
know
then
where you're
whoever
calling
calls,
from. That's the thing.
yeah,
But
whoever
and
calls
it's
has to say long
That's a
time
good
listener,
point.
first time caller.
Oh, yeah,
that's right.
totally.
That's right. That is first time, long time listener. I'm a lurker, and I'm just going. Yeah, it's fun.
Totally.
Yeah, long time
Fun.
lurker, first time caller.
Yeah,
Coast to
but I
coast
can't.
jokes. The best.
I don't know. Well, I guess I technically I could know where you're calling from, but anyway, and it's going to be like I have no call screener, right? I'm not that big yet, so it's going to be like whatever happens, happens, So
Oh, I think that
somebody
sounds super
somebody could jump in
fun.
and go baba booey, and I would just be like, har har.
Yeah, there's always hecklers for sure, but hopefully you get some good, insightful callers coming in. That's so
Absolutely,
fun. I love
absolutely.
it. Oh, so cool. So, we're doing a tarot class tonight, and I would love for you to tell all of us when you started your tarot journey and what inspired you to start learning all about this. It's a very
Oof.
in depth thing. So, yeah, tell me a little bit about how it started for you.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'd been reading about tarot all my life, but I just never got into it. Like I got into tarot really, really late, actually. And it wasn't until I did my first year in a day, and my mentor introduced me to divination that I ever actually start doing tarot work per se. So, 20 odd years ago, started doing, like an introduction to it. And yeah, I was like, yeah, this is pretty cool. Get a bit of a knack for it. And I got, I knew I had some links and stuff like that. Anyway, she taught me. And now I realize that it was a very shamanic kind of way to do things. But yeah, I just the way she taught me was to go by instinct completely, like not even looking up the actual symbology of the tarot, but to look at the tarot card and how it interprets it and connecting. It was more about connecting to spirit guides and using mediumship kind of with tarot kind of thing. So that was kind of how I started, and I started reading it, and then I got deeper into it and read a lot of books and took a lot of classes online with other, with great teachers and workshops. So I've done a number of workshops and classes with people, and have taken all that information and say, okay, like so some of this repeats, and this is new, and this is useful, and this maybe less so, because I'm always learning. I'm always doing classes, right? I don't feel that like I'm here today doing tarot with you, but I don't know it all. All I can present to people is my understanding of it, and how I learned and how I use it, and take that and do with that as you will. Find another teacher, you know. Always explore. Always go that extra mile kind of thing. Always, dig deeper kind of thing, because you can always dig deeper, and you're always going to learn something new. So while
And
I'm doing
different
this, I'm,
perspectives too from different
well,
teachers. Everybody has
absolutely,
different ideas of how things work or what works for them. So you take one
yeah,
class from one person, you're only getting one perspective. But if you divide and conquer, then it seems like you have a lot more of a deeper well to draw from of information.
yeah. And there's, you know, there's a lot of people. Oh, well, no, you can't do this, and you can't do that, and it's just like, well, it is, I, yeah, there's a traditional method of doing things always, which is fine and to be respected. I didn't fall into that thing, and I still think I do a pretty good job
Well,
of
we're all
reading
more
because,
punks at heart, and to
yeah,
try to tell a punk at heart what they need to do and what they can and can't do, we're like, fuck you. Now we're just not going to do it because
yeah,
you said. So it's
that's right.
more of, like, okay, give us the baseline and then whatever we feel is right for us, which we talked about last stream with witchcraft, how important it is to
Hmm.
not have to you don't need to follow very specific rules that anybody else wrote. It's what's within us and what we feel works for us in that moment or with that one specific thing. Like it all depends on what it is that intention we're putting out there. So very strict rules kind of throw me off as well.
Yeah,
So
what?
but I understand there's traditional ways and there's some kind of energy flows that I think we should be aware of. But when it comes down to it, I think the energy that we put out makes the biggest difference.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's funny you said something there that I read. I was reading an article about how Gen X is different, like in the workplace and stuff like that, and how we're evolving as we reach our middle to later middle ages,
Yeah.
and how we entered the workforce with this kind of like we just give us the baseline and we'll figure it out kind of thing, and we just do it, and that's
Yes.
how Gen X is, kind of thing. So
Hmm.
my magic reflects that
Absolutely.
kind of thing, and my
It
tarot
does.
reading reflects that, and so anyway, I've got stuff, I've picked up stuff from people, and it kind of becomes a hybrid of my own thing, but with roots everywhere kind of thing. And it's not, I'm not out in left field. But I'm just not super traditional when it comes to the cards, although I'm probably more traditional than I think I am.
Well, the meanings of the cards, that's something that does not waver. They
Yeah,
have their
that's right.
specific meanings and their
Hmm.
energies. So working within that, that's a very specific kind of like strict in that sense of like this card means this. And of course you can interpret it differently based on where it is in the spread and what's around it, but the meaning is still the meaning regardless of what you kind of want it to be. Which is why I think for me being more like rogue punk Gen X style with things, I think that that's why I gravitate more towards oracle cards personally than tarot is because it is more kind of free. There's not as many rules. It's how whoever created the deck created these cards, and it's always going to be different depending on which deck that you have. And it's
Yeah.
just tarot's a little bit more straightforward and specific. Reading styles differ, and how to
Hmm.
channel, of course, differs. But yeah, I think that's that. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think that's the punk rocker in me that's like,
Yeah.
don't tell me what to do, I'll do Oracle. But I really am interested in tarot. I've always been interested, and I'm so excited to get to learn more about it because it just seems so daunting. Like there's so many cards.
Yeah.
It's such a large information amount to learn and to just memorize a lot of this stuff. So it's almost seemed like intimidating on where to start with that. So I
Yeah.
guess that's a good way to start this is as far as learning the cards, like from the very beginning when you first started, what approach did you take at kind of learning how the cards work that made sense to you?
Yeah. Well, that's like I say, my mentor was really into teaching me to connect with guides and then letting them, funnel the information down to me, kind of thing, and looking at a particular card and seeing what the symbols meant to me at that moment. And I still apply that a lot because, like, I'll look at a card and like doing, oh, I never saw that in there before, kind of thing, or something new will come to me. That being said, I did learn. the trad meaning of the cards, both upright and reversed, and that was, yeah, like you say, it's daunting. It comes with time and practice. I have a decent memory too for certain things. I can't remember names to save my life, but I do remember certain things, and luckily this is one of those things that just kind of sunk in there, and and it went really well. But I've got a couple tricks for people to learn it quicker, so that you're not always looking things up in a book, kind of thing. I break them. I break the cards down. I remember certain things about each suit and what they're connected with, and the attributes of the suit, and then the attributes of each level of cards, kind of thing. So all the ones will mean this thing, and twos will mean that. Three will mean something else. And with those kind of bases, you can really get that hybrid of trad meaning and using your intuition to read the cards, and that's what makes you a kind of a more fine-tuned reader, because it's fine. Tarot is based on a magic that's pretty in depth and very well documented and sketched out, and not, when I say sketched out, I mean like designed, not the new meaning of sketched, which is I just realized it's not sketchy. All right. Damn kids, and they're changing the words all the time.
I know.
Seriously.
Can't keep up.
But anyway, enough Gen X griping. So it's it's well designed, and it's they have this particular magic, so you're not doing anything wrong by reading it like that, and you're learning, right? So if you throw down, you do a thing and you look up the meaning of each card, that's fine. That's how you're going to learn, and that's how you're going to see what that card means to you, kind of thing. And when you use different decks, that's where the real richness comes in, because you can see the variation between decks and how the authors, designers of that deck wanted you to interpret that card and how they see things. And you learn that, oh, okay, in this instance it's blah blah blah, and then you got to practice reading for people, because then you get that feeling of, okay, what does this mean with this person? What does it mean in this situation? If I'm doing a relationship reading and this card pops up, it has a not to speak in French to you there. It has a slightly different meaning than if you're reading it for like a career reading, or you're reading for something else, kind of thing. And there's some slight variations in each card that kind of, you really have to go deep, and you have to think of who you're reading it for and stuff like that, which is another thing that I love a lot about reading on Twitch, is that there's so many different energies. You're reading for so many different people in one night, that you're really picking up on all sorts of weird things and different kind of, oh, wait a second, okay. And it's a lot of processing, but it just expands your knowledge of the cards the more you do it, and it just deepens your connection, and I find it very fulfilling. So yeah.
How do you tap into the individual when they're there present with you? And then how do you do it when somebody is remote? Do you have a different method of how to kind of tap into their energy?
Not really. I'm connecting to, just because of the way I read, and I sort of, and I say sort of do it media, kind of like media. I can't say the word all of a sudden. Sort of like a medium. So I'm like just kind of, I'm channeling my guides, my ancestors and guides that help me with readings, and they can either give me the information, or they can reach out and contact other spirit guides, and they open the channel, and sometimes I'll channel somebody or an ancestor from the person, or straight up messages, kind of thing.
How do you tap into them before? Do you do a meditation, or do you just take a moment and ground?
Yeah,
Like, what is your
I
method for
well,
tapping in?
I do meditations every day, kind of thing. I do, like, like a short one in the afternoon, and another one at some time in the early evening, and sometimes in the morning. But I'm always doing that, and there's I do something called sitting with spirit, which is something that comes, I think, a little bit from the spiritualist church. I have a mediumship mentor who I worked with for a while, who taught me how to do this, and it's essentially, and I'm learning it again. I'm doing a Celtic seership course right now, and it's basically the same kind of steps. And essentially, I connect with the spirit, and I just sit with spirit every day, so that I feel that connection, and it's open. And so when I do a reading, it's easier for me to tap into it, kind of thing. So I can just
Cool.
call it up. I've been doing it for a long time now, and steady. So it comes fairly quickly. Although I try not to be too much. Oh yeah, no, I snap my fingers and the connection is there, because you don't want to come off too conceited or whatever. But it comes with a lot of work. The channels
Yeah,
are open.
maintaining that connection on a
Absolutely,
consistent
yeah,
basis, you're that much closer to it.
absolutely.
That makes
So
sense.
that's what I work.
Roxy has a fantastic. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Roxy has
Sure.
a fantastic question. She says, "So are tarot and oracle decks different as far as connection goes? Do you ask or think of a question when doing tarot, or is it just a general make of this what you will type thing?"
Good question. I do find tarot and oracle decks are different, but not so much as the connection goes. When you're reading, the tarot is like, okay, there's like the general kind of the traditional meaning of the tarot, and then there's the artist's interpretation, the people who created the particular deck you're using. So you have to kind of keep that in mind. But it's kind of generally guided kind of thing. Whereas if you use an oracle deck, the oracle deck is really the flow of the person who created it, because anything goes in an oracle deck, right? So depending on the messages they wanted to use, or how they feel people should connect and stuff like that. So I find oracle decks are really okay. It leads you in a different way, kind of thing. So, well, tarot, I can channel, they channel through me through the tarot deck. With the oracle card, the connection's basically the same, but you have to kind of use it in the scope that the oracle card is done. However, it can also just be the art. Like sometimes an oracle deck talks to you just because of the art, and the art opens up different things, and it might open you up to a different guide, kind of thing. It's like working with crystals. There's like little guides and different ones, kind of thing. So the connection is slightly different. It's a little hard to explain, but it's slightly different, but not really, because I can still ask my main spirit guide and say, okay, what is the message that's coming through on this oracle card, kind of thing, and the message will be like boom, kind of thing. It's this, but it's kind of like asking a question differently, if that makes sense.
It does. It does.
Okay, and is it make of this what you will, kind of thing? It's not really. It's sometimes it is. Sometimes it's it depends on what the client's looking for too. Are they asking for a general reading? Are they looking for a specialized question? That will always determine how you're going to read it, kind of thing, what's coming up, and how, and sometimes when they ask a specific question, information comes down right away, and sometimes it's kind of like, it takes a little longer to tune it in, kind of thing. It's like looking for a radio frequency, and so it's very cool, and so it kind of comes in like that, kind of thing. So yes and no. I really didn't answer that very well, did I?
No,
No,
I,
that's
I, I
great.
feel you. Do you feel that it's a little bit easier for you to tap in when somebody gives you a direct question, so you kind of understand the subject matter? Is it more clear to you, or doing general readings? Like, how do you feel like they compare to you, being the reader?
Hmm.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely. I don't know. Both are pretty it's the same process for both, kind of thing. Although, if somebody says, well, I'm wondering about this job, I might contact I might ask, okay, can you connect me to, I need this spirit guide, or I need, I have crystals that I work with for specific questions, kind of thing, that help me
Cool.
kind of just amplify feelings and stuff. Whereas if it's a general, I have, it's for me, it's almost a clearer connection when I'm doing a general reading, and I put it down in it, but it's scarier, right? It
Yeah.
it's scarier because it's like, okay, well, I'm wondering about this job, and it's like, okay, so and then you start interpreting the cards as in, okay, how does this reflect in a question about jobs, kind of thing, as I was saying earlier. Whereas doing a general reading, you throw down 3 cards, and then you're looking at them, and you're waiting for that connection to come down, and you've got the trad meaning, and okay, what are the cards saying, and how does this connect to the person I'm talking to, and then you go into that kind of trance state. You get the information. It's like, whoa, okay, now, so this is really what it means, because a card can have 2 or 3 different meanings, and it's your intuition that helps you fine tune and make sure you're reading the card correctly, or how you feel it is, or what you're hearing. And then when I get into real connections, and I'm seeing things, or I'm hearing things, I'm getting voices yelling in my head, or repeating words that need to be said to the person I'm reading for.
That makes
So
sense.
that's
Yeah, with a
how
general
that
reading,
connection
you
works. Yeah.
you never really know what information you're going to pull down. Like it could be something
No.
mundane, like, oh, you need to mow your lawn tomorrow for whatever reason,
Hmm.
or it could be super deep, like it could hit a nerve with them that you don't have any idea about, but you're just tapping into something.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
uh, yeah, that's intimidating.
Yeah. It is. but then again, it's like, it's almost like, oh, well, okay, it just I don't know. For me, it just feels easier to do it with a general,
Hmm.
I like that.
which is
That's
weird.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then you're open to everything. You're not limiting it to very like a specific guide or specific things. It's like you're open to everything, and then you can just see what comes through. So that does make
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah. Like Ween says here, it's anxiety. Quit wording and just trust your intuition, and that's exactly what you have to do. It's just like, okay,
Yeah.
this is what I feel, and I go with it, and it's almost easier in that sense, because I don't know, it's just weird. It just okay, it's much clearer. General, here you go. This is what I'm getting, kind of thing, and yeah, boom. But it's basically the same thing. Just it just flows easier when it's a general reading, I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Cool. Well, good. That was a good question. I'm glad that we covered that because I've always wondered. Like, I felt like it would be more intimidating to just be like, okay, well, like, I've read for people, and sometimes they just like do a general thing, and I find myself trying to figure out what it is that they're
Hmm.
going through, and I feel like that can kind of detract a little bit. Where I'm like, okay, based on the information that my intuition and the cards, I'm like almost guessing what it is that they're trying to get at, which is good in a way, but at the same time, it can be distracting. So if I just
Yeah.
know that I'm like, okay, this is what we're focusing on here. So
Yeah.
thanks,
And
Shadowstorm. Thank you.
I'm just reading the
Yeah,
chat,
thanks for being here.
and Joie Moon summed up my rambling very,
Oh, yeah,
very
Joey.
efficiently.
Schwabu. I
Yeah,
like Joie.
it's Joie Moon. Well, I think that's what she meant, but maybe it's Joey. But anyway, Joie Moon,
It
because
is.
I'm
It's
reading it in
Joey.
French, right? So,
That's right.
uh,
Yeah, go for it.
but she's exactly right. Oracle decks are created by individuals, and they put their meaning story into the cards. Whereas tarot, it's the same storyline, but with different art and symbols depending on the creator. It's exactly that. So
Yes.
you get like the basic trad meaning, but the art and symbolism can mean different things, and you connect different energies, but it's essentially kind of the same. Whereas the oracle decks are the only decks that I actually look at. I have to sit down and read the thing before I can use the deck, because I need to know what the person is creating. And
Sure.
sometimes they work systems into their oracle deck, right? So I have an oracle deck from Laura Tempest Zakharov. It's an excellent oracle deck, but it's got, she's got elements, and she's got different levels of stuff in there, and it's like, okay, you got to learn the
Yeah,
system behind the oracle to use the oracle. Whereas other oracle decks
for
are just like,
sure.
like the Earth or Oracle deck is like Earth, and it's like it's much more basic, and you can flip the card and read it right away and go, okay, I know what the creator meant by that card. Whereas the other way, it's like in her deck, it's like, okay, what's she going at? Okay, and then okay, and this is why I'm getting this sensation, or this is why the spirit is yelling at me about this thing. So that kind of makes sense. Now I understand, and I can translate the information. I'm basically a translator. That's how I
You,
see reading tarot.
Interestingly enough, I want to share with all you guys. I haven't talked about it publicly yet, but a very dear friend of mine, Rick Czar, who does amazing neon art. It's super unique art. He's one of my dearest friends. We have talked for some time about using his art and creating an oracle deck from his art. And we talked about it during quarantine time, and I totally had all the time and I didn't do it. But we have a show that is going to be in December. It's going to be a big art show. And I talked to him the other day and I said, we need to get this oracle deck done before the show. So it's really cool because it's a 3 part, me, Dusty, and Rick. So Rick has the art. He told me he wants me to take the art to pick which images stand out to me and for me to write the meaning of the cards. And then Dusty, as the graphic designer, he is going to lay everything out. So it's going to be like a 3 part thing. But I'm really excited about it because I actually get to write the meanings to the cards. And that is a really unique opportunity for me to have. And his art is so fucking amazing. His imagery, it's very like being oriented. He basically makes these sculptures with neon and he spins them really fast and he takes photos. And
Oh
with the
wow.
spinning, they make these different shapes that look like beings and aliens and energy and all of this stuff. He has them in different colors. And I'm going to go through and choose which ones that speak to me and try to attribute the emotions to these cards. So it's going to be a very fun project, and I'm really excited about it. So whenever they are done and made, I would love to send you a deck if you are interested. I would be
Oh
more
my
than
god.
happy to
Absolutely.
send some to you.
Yeah,
It's
Very
going to be
cool.
we could
great.
test it out.
So
Yeah.
it'll be a new thing for me too. Being on that side of it, reading
Mhm.
oracle is one thing, and I have so many different oracle decks and that I've used throughout time. I've seen things that I like about them and seen things where I'm like, it's kind of wasteful. You're just kind of wasting my time with these things or whatever. So I'm excited to kind of use the knowledge that I have and be able to be a creator and putting my energy into it. So there you go. I'm
Totally.
doing the
Oh,
thing.
that's
Oh,
awesome.
Hey,
that's super
That's
cool.
awesome.
it's gonna be great.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm getting to the point where I can start thinking about maybe creating a tarot deck. I'll find an artist. I can't draw a fucking straight line. Excuse my French. That's not French. But anyway, I'm useless when it comes to drawing. So I have some artist friends. I know some people and blah blah blah. But eventually, when I get to that, but I'm going to be spending a lot of
Cool.
time on the esoteric side of it, creating that kind of a thing and what the symbolism
Awesome.
that I want in a thing. And I have another idea for a tarot deck, which I don't want to say out loud, but it's fairly gimmicky, but I think it'll work. So uh,
Okay.
Cool.
I have a soft spot for gimmicky decks, for fun decks, right? Can't always
Sure.
be super serious, right? And a lot of people don't like the gimmicky decks, and there's some fair criticism, maybe. But I don't know. I think it's funny. I think it's cool, and if a
Yeah, it
gimmicky deck
is.
connects with you, then so be
Yep.
it. Kind of
If
thing.
it speaks to the individual,
Um,
then that's all
yeah,
that matters. I mean, to be honest with you,
more
I'll be
yeah.
totally straight. If there was like a Goonies deck, I would so fucking buy that deck. I'd be so excited. Like I'd feel like I was
Absolutely.
on a journey, like it'd
Yeah.
be great. There's actually a Labyrinth deck that I almost
Yes.
fucking bought.
The
I was
labyrinth
so
deck
close
is
to buying it. Do you like it?
very beautiful. It's very beautiful. It's a very amazing deck.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I really thought about it. It was in my cart
Mm.
and I just didn't pull the trigger and get it because there was like mixed reviews. Some people were like, wow, like some of it's amazing, but some of the cards are really boring. They're like they only show you the cool ones on the ad,
Hmm.
and then it was kind of boring. So I was like, oh, I don't want to be like disappointed, spend $50 and be disappointed with it. But it's still kind of in the back of my mind where I'm like, well, it's a fucking labyrinth deck, and I feel like that's so me, you know.
Hmm.
So I don't know. I think that gimmicky as long as it's not making fun. Obviously, you're not going to do anything that's
Yeah.
making fun of tarot. You know,
Hmm.
it's not going to be a Trump deck or something fucking stupid. You know, make how can we make America great again? Pull three cards and find out. You know, like oh, please God no. So as long as it's not something of that effect where you're kind of poking fun at it, then
Yeah.
I
No.
think it's all fair game.
Yeah. Dutch Oven actually has the Labyrinth deck.
Oh,
Awesome.
that's
Yeah,
awesome.
super cool.
That is so cool. Do you love it? I hope you love it. Oh, lady pondered buying it too.
Hmm.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ginger
one of
Wild
these
Moon.
days. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's so cool.
Yeah. And that's what
My
I mean.
my
For
my
gimmicky
deck.
decks, I've got my zombie deck that I
Yes.
love, and
Oh, it's great.
I love
It's
it because it
fantastic.
speaks to my language, and like it's
Hmm.
just real short little quips, and it speaks so sarcastically, and I feel like when it is telling me something I need to know, it tells me in my own language, where it's just kind of super sarcastic and crass about things, and I'm like, I know, thank you. I'm like, fine,
Do you
but
have the box of it? Did you bring the box on with you?
oh, I didn't bring the box down here; it was too bulky.
Okay.
But the booklet though has the picture on it.
It's a great deck.
It's this guy, Zombie Tarot, and the imagery on it is amazing. It's
Hmm.
super gorgeous artwork. But yeah, I just loved how sarcastic it was, and like the language of it is super fun. But so some gimmicks are good.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, my gimmick what I'm planning is trying to get a I don't know a segment of the population involved, but it might be it might be pretty stupid.
It's worth a
It
shot.
may
Well, we're gonna
never
find out.
it may never come to fruition, but we'll see. We'll see. Like I say, I'm almost at that place in life. I don't know. We'll see. I got 1,001 other projects to do first, so
For sure. Got
Yeah,
a lot going on.
don't we all?
we'll get to it.
Okay, so as far as teaching us about tarot, do you have any um, history that you want to share about how it was created or what the initial intention is or what you're interpreting the intention of this tool to be?
Sure. I jotted down a few lines, and by a few lines, I mean like maybe I don't know, 20 pages of information.
Well,
Strap in, everybody.
we've got all night.
But I'm preparing to do my own class too, right? So as I was saying at the start of the thing on my Ko-fi or coffee, as the rest of the people like to say, my coffee. I'm going to be offering a workshop, and then I'm going to be offering like a very in-depth, 12-week long tarot class kind of thing. So I've been writing material and getting stuff together for that. So we won't get super deep in there because we haven't got 12 weeks unless you guys, have a lot of coffee. So we'll look at some of the scratch the surface, and like I say, I'll get into how I broke down the deck for myself and how I learned it to go easier, and little things that you guys can do, people in the chat can do to memorize things quicker and learn the basis of the cards. The trad meanings, and and if you want more, then well, obviously you can hit me up for a lesson or something like that one of these days. But
That'd be great. Yeah, I mean,
uh,
if people are really intrigued by what it is that you teach here, it
yeah,
would be great for them to go to your
absolutely,
Ko-Fi and then be able to do the in-depth class. I think that that's great.
it would be
That's
cool.
awesome.
So the history of the tarot is a very nebulous thing, as most things in neo-paganism or magic or whatever. You can trace its roots back a ways to certain things, and of course, the Rider-Waite-Smith deck is considered the modern deck, the root of the modern deck, and so. But if you go way back, well, not way back, but somewhere in the 1400s in Italy, okay, They had an existing card game, and they added a fifth suit. So it was a traditional card game of 4 suits, and they added a fifth suit of special cards, illustrated cards, called Triumphs, and an odd card called the Fool, right? Or in Mato in Italian. The and actually the Fool from this deck and that game is not the Fool in Modern Playing Cards is not actually based on this one, the Joker. The Joker comes from an unsuited Jack in Euchre, I think. But anyway, so this is kind of like the basis. If you go back far enough, this is kind of what it started to look like. If I'd have been smart, I'd have brought down my tarot book here, and we could have really read about it. I have a beautiful book up here. It's just fantastic. Can I go get it? Just 1 second.
Absolutely,
It's right
please.
here.
Of
On
course, if
top.
you think it's relevant, then we
It's
have
on
all the
top.
time in the world.
Of course, it's on top.
It's
Where
on
else
top.
would it be?
It's on top of the coffin bookcase over there in the corner.
Oh, I
All right.
love that you have a coffin bookcase too.
Yep. It's hidden
That's
by velvet right
awesome.
now because it's not totally finished, but the night weather is there. So this is by the Taschen Group, and it's just an amazing book that from their library of Esoterica, and they get very much into the history of tarot, and right way back, and they get into early Thoth, and it's just an amazing deck, and this is kind of like the early 1700s one from France, where we get into the more modern kind of look to the deck kind of thing with the specialty cards, and then it evolved into the modern kind of deck that we're looking at now. So in this book they say 1215 Italy, the first paper mills. Well, good grief. Roughly 1420s to the 1430s in Italy is where the first kind of more or less complete tarot comes from, and then you go straight up into it goes through various changes up into hang on a second here, I'll get it out eventually. The Marseille tarot in the mid 1700s, and then we get into what is considered modern tarot in 1911 with A.E. Waite publishing the Rider-Waite-Smith deck with
Yes,
illustrations
that was
by
1911
yeah
is when
Pamela
the deck that we
Coleman
know
Smith.
of.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's right. And this was the first modern deck with the book The Pictorial Key to Tarot kind of thing. And that became the bedrock of what is considered to be Anglo-American tarot kind of thing that all the modern people base their tarot decks on. So that's kind of the rough history, if you will, like a nutshell history, real nutshell, because I'm a nut. So the standard modern deck is based on the Venetian or Piedmontese tarot. Modern decks are 78 cards divided into two groups, as we all know. Major Arcana with 22 cards, also known as trumps, and the Minor Arcana, which has 56 cards. I'm trying not to read too much because I'm terrible at that, right?
I do the same thing. I try not to read too much.
Hey, however you want to share your information, we're
Sure,
game.
sure. So now I'm getting right into it kind of thing, right? So the cards of the Major Arcana have pictures representing various forces, characters, virtues, etc. They get into a lot of people say that it's kind of the minor arcana are like the outside world, and the major are in, and that's one of the first interpretations that you learn, kind of thing, right? But that being said, it can also work with outer forces, kind of thing, right? So in the major arcana, we have 22 cards, with the Fool being 0. So I can just dot this out. I mean, everybody kind of knows what cards look like, kind of thing, you know. But I just want to go over here. Where's my camera switcher here? Like this. There we go. How does that look?
Perfect. Oh,
Bad.
good. And you got the little box with you in the bottom. Perfect.
There we are. Okay. Okie dokie. All right. So, yeah. So this is basically the major arcana down here. These cards. This is the Modern Witch Tarot, which is based on the Rider-Smith deck. But it's very feminine in that all the cards are have got a feminine energy or a transgender person on it. So it's an excellent card. I love using this deck. There's just a certain feeling and energy to it, and the texture of the card. And I really love the artwork and kind of modern adaptations of the traditional pictures or the traditional artwork kind of thing. So we have the Fool, the Magician, the High Priestess, the Empress, the Emperor, Hierophant, Lovers, Chariot, Strength, the Hermit, and we're going up and up and up, so that's number 10. Then we have Wheel of Fortune, Justice, Hanged One, Death, Temperance, the Devil, which is on my shirt, the Tower, the Star, the Moon, the Sun, Judgment, and finally the World, kind of thing. So there's cycles within the tarot, and it can get a little complicated when you start breaking down. You know, when you learn that there's every 5 cards, it starts a new cycle in the major arcana and stuff like that. And there's cards that reflect cards further up and further down. But it's just amazing, and each card meaning a specific thing, and we'll get into that in a second. The 56 cards of the minor arcana are divided into 4 suits, with 14 cards in each suit. The suits, which are comparable to the modern playing cards, except that there's a page in the middle of there. So you have Ace of Pentacles. Well, they're divided into 4. Yeah, I was thinking Harry Potter. I had Harry Potter brain for a second. I was going to say 4 houses.
I love it. Call them houses. I'll take
Frick. 4 suits. Pentacles, swords, wands, and cups. Everybody kind of knows this stuff, right? It's basic tarot. If you've ever opened up a deck, you're going to know this stuff, right? I think what is tarot is a big question. Okay, we know it's for divination. What else can we use tarot for? Okay, if you get into some crazy. You can use it for spells. You can use it for attraction. You can use it for baneful magic. You can use it for you can use it for motivation in the morning. You can use there's all sorts of stuff that you can use your tarot for, right? It helps us look into the future, but it can also reveal the past. I like to say that the tarot gives us a snapshot of things right now. Okay, it's not like it doesn't say, "Oh, this is what's going to happen exactly." Like it's not reading fate. It's not predetermining things. It's just reading your current energy, if you will, right? What is happening to you right now, and at least this is how I read it, and it will show you the outcome if you stay on this particular path right now, right? And if the outcome is a good one, it will show you how to stay on that path so that that outcome becomes a reality. Okay? So you may want to ask yourself, what do you need to do? So when you're as a witch, I'll do a reading for myself, and I'll say, okay, well, that's the outcome I want. This is what I have to do to maintain the path I'm on, and then I will do the spells for that month to ensure the likelihood of those events happen, kind of thing. So any magic you do is manipulating forces and energy to put things in your favor. Okay, you still have to go out and do the work, but it certainly helps to put things into your favor if you do magic correctly. And this is where tarot comes in handy for the witch, is to, this is what I want. I'll see something, a bad outcome to something. This is what I have to do to avoid that bad outcome, and what spells can I do to help avoid the negative outcome, kind of thing. And then I may do another reading a week later after I do spell work and stuff like that, and say, okay, things are having an effect, kind of thing, right? So this is the kind of thing that you can use the tarot for, right? It just gives us insights into, like I say, the energies, patterns that surround us, and things we may choose to do or not do, depending on what the cards are saying to us, kind of thing. And it is important to highlight, I think, and I see this a lot. People get a little too dependent sometimes on the cards. You should never use the cards to determine things, like to really make decisions about stuff, right? You can use it for guides, right? It might be, okay, this is what I was feeling. It echoes my intuition, how I was feeling about a certain thing. Or it reveals something you didn't quite know, and you kind of go, oh, okay, this is something that's worth investigating to see, this is a thing or not. But you shouldn't ever, the cards said, invest in doggy coin because, and the next day doggy coin busts, and you go, oh, damn you, tarot. Thou art of the devil. But, it's just something, a little caveat, like, and it's not meant to, you should never put every decision in your life into the hands of the cards. It's okay to do a daily draw and see, what thing you have to focus on in the daytime. It's no worse than horoscope, but you can rely on them too much, and that's something I try to warn people about all the time, kind of thing, right?
Because it is all interpretation too. So maybe you interpret
Absolutely.
something differently, and that doesn't mean it's a definitive life path for you to go on.
Exactly. So it's just that little caveat, to keep in mind, kind of thing.
It's
But
good
that
advice.
that being said, I use the the doggy coin should have gone with the cat cash. Exactly.
For sure.
So that's just that little thing. There's a lot of myths too that surround tarot. Some people say, "Oh well, you can't do tarot unless it's been gifted to you." Your first deck, or your deck should be always gifted to you. That's a tradition, right? If that's your tradition, then that speaks true to you, and honor that tradition. But don't tell people who don't honor your tradition that, oh well, because you weren't gifted your first deck, you're not a real reader. It's
Yeah, you're
whatever.
doing it wrong because you didn't do it the way that I think you should do it. That's
Exactly.
very counterproductive.
Yeah. Go. I mean, gift it to yourself. That's if you want to call it a gift. You gifted it to yourself.
For sure. I gifted myself
Yeah.
my first Oracle deck, and it is the most profound deck that I have ever owned, and it's my number one favorite forever. And I bought it at Barnes and Noble, and I'm not ashamed.
Nope.
It's great.
Nope. Absolutely. It's the way you should go. And I try to buy my decks from the artists, because a lot of artists now that are publishing decks will sell stuff directly on their own website. If you can do that, that's great. If not, try to buy it from a mom and pop
Absolutely.
witch store kind of thing, if you
Agreed.
will. And if it's one of those weird decks, it's really hard to find, and you can get it on the Zon. We have to say that because Bezos signs our paychecks. So, the Zon, in worst case scenario, at least you're not going to buy a deck that might be counterfeit, which is what you have to worry about on other sites. Okay?
Sure.
So, because when you buy a counterfeit deck, you're hurting everybody, kind of thing, right? So,
Agreed. So yeah, support local, support mom and pop if it is an option.
absolutely.
For sure.
But yeah, there's lots of great stores out there that carry the most popular decks at the moment, kind of thing. And yes, there are popular decks of the moment, kind of thing. Or they'll be able to get their hands on a copy of the deck that you're looking for, kind of thing. So. Always try to do the mom and pop thing if you can, and there's mom and pops on certain sites that are honorable too, kind of thing. But just be careful of the ones that, well, this is too good to be true. It's like, wow, this great deck and it's only $5. Woohoo! Don't buy it. It's not good.
Fair enough. For sure.
Okay. Yeah. So, what else
Dr.
did I?
Dre is asking, can you go over the main card categories?
Absolutely,
Which I think is great.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which actually I think is what you were just doing. So
Yeah, yeah. So we'll take a look at. A lot of people like to start by teaching the major arcana. I always like to start with the minor because it's the easier one to learn. Okay, let me just go through my notes here. So for me, it's easier, and it kind of runs counterproductive to. Well, most people would say, well, there's only 22 in that one, and there's like. There's like 4 times 14 in the other one. There, it's like way too many cards. What the heck, why is this one easier? Just because of the associations are easier to memorize than it is here, kind of thing, right? And the general gist. So let's take a look at the four main suits of the minor. Okay, the minor arcana guides us through the little things in life, right? The day-to-day stuff. They help us with our journey. They help us with our dealings with other people, kind of thing, right? And the numbers guide us as well, kind of thing. Okay. So it's am I pulling things off? I'm trying to get things a little more organized here, kind of thing. So there's 4 major suits, and the suits are swords, wands, pentacles, cups. And the suits connect directly to elements. Okay? So, I had this in the right order at one point. And I do it this way because I'm always remembered of that song, the earth, the air, the fire, the water. So it's like saying the alphabet, right? How A B C D F G H I J. So I'm weird, I know.
No,
So
I love it.
earth, air, fire, water. So that's your 4 elements basically. Pentacles connect to earth, swords connect to air, wands connect to fire, and cups connect to water. Now, that being said, there are other interpretations. There's somebody who likes to read wands as air and swords as fire. And that's their way of working, and it makes sense. Their argument being that swords are forged, are steel, and they're forged in fire. So they have much more fire energy than a stick does. So that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. But personally, I keep it this way: earth, air, fire, water, kind of thing. And so if you've studied your elements at all, or here's a good introduction to that, okay, a good place to start is the energy of the elements. Okay, so earth and gets into like timing of things. Okay, Earth energy is really slow. Think about the Earth and rocks and how old the Earth is and how long it takes for rocks to, change shape and stuff like that. So Earth energy is really slow. Right, take your time, and it's solid. Air is a little unpredictable. Sometimes you can have a fast breeze. Sometimes you can have a slow breeze. It's very erratic. It can, you can have hurricanes, you can have gentle breezes. I was getting into this in my stream last night, the flapping about chaos theory and the flapping of a butterfly's wing can change weather patterns in Europe and stuff like that, a winged butterfly in China and all that jazz. So you have the tiniest breeze to these huge windstorms. The Ace of Swords brings all that to you, right? Same thing with, wands are fire, okay? And fire, as we know, fire is quick, fire is instantaneous, fire consumes, right? So you have that energy, so you can read the cards that way, right? And when you look at a card and you look at the symbol of the card and you put that elemental energy into your reading, you all of a sudden, it comes to you all of a sudden really quickly, right? And of course, cups are water, and water is associated with the moon and Cancer, and it's all about emotions, right? And there's zodiac connections here, which I won't get into tonight, but it can get pretty deep. But the emotion card, so anything that has to do with cups deals with emotions, right? How we deal with emotions, how we react, certain emotions, ignoring things, just dealing with things on an emotional level. So that's your real basis, right? It's also there's in the traditional meanings of the cards. So if we take a look at Pentacles, right? Earth. Anything that's coming up in this deck, in this suit of cards, will deal with finances, money, and physical concerns, right? Because it's the base, right? Think of the root chakra, if you will. It's physical, right? It's grounding, right? So this is body stuff. This is finances. It can also deal with real birthing kind of stuff. That kind of growing energy kind of thing. All right. Water, emotions, relationships, memories. This is the suit that deals with all that. So you know that when you pull a card, like Six of Cups, there's a lot going on here. There's a picture of an older woman. How do you read this card? Is she giving the cup, and I think the cup has got, it's just a cup of magical stuff. Is she handing it to the child, or was it a gift from the child forward? So how do you read that card? Depends on who you're reading for. Is it an inner child thing? Is it, taking care of your inner child? Is it, there's a number of interpretations they can go with this, but it has to do with, that emotional energy kind of thing, right? Relationship, memories, because your inner child is about memories and stuff like that. Seven of Cup is relationships with different things. Eight of Cup is leaving stuff behind and moving forward. So, ending of relationships, moving forward, placing emotions in the back. And, it's essentially, that's what the cups are dealing with, okay? Emotions. Fire. Okay, actions, change, effect, everything that fire is, right? It's the doing. It's the doing. If Pentacles is the planning and water is the feeling, this is the doing, right? This is wow. The Knight of Wands is doing stuff. He's charging into battle. The Seven of Wands is sticking up for yourself. It's fighting with sticks. You know, Ten of Wands is basically pick up sticks. You know, take a break. You know, it is a card of the suit of doing. It's a suit of change. It's a suit of you know, striking out and doing your own thing, kind of thing. So again, you can think of it as planning, feeling, doing, and of course thinking. Swords. Swords are ideas, breath. It's air, so the element is air. So it's about breath. It's about concepts. It's about ideas. It's about knowledge. It's about seeking truth, right? And often it's some of the cards are about, you know, it's the opposite of emotion. So it's using your mind sometimes instead of listening to your heart, and where sometimes this is listening to your heart and your emotions over your mind, kind of thing. And this is the oppositions here sometimes are planning versus doing. When is it okay to do and not plan so much? And when is it better to plan and then not do so much, right?
Right. Gotcha.
So am I talking too fast for people? Because I tend to talk fast and ramble on. And,
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think you're doing great.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm feeling good.
So in talking about the sword, you said the sword is like thinking. So would you say that swords versus cups is like emotions versus logic? Is that
Absolutely,
what that is?
absolutely,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And you see that in the kings kind of thing, like masters of you know, fully in control of your thoughts or fully in control of your emotions, kind of thing. And then depending on how you're reading, it's like, okay, this person is, you know, this person is really like cold. You know, you can read good and bad right into it. You can say that the person is really knowledgeable, or you know, depending on what your intuition is telling you, or the person is really cold because he has no feeling. It's all
Oh, gotcha.
it's all knowledge, right? Or they. I should try to use they, especially with this deck. But because traditionally, when we talk about kings, the kings were masculine for forever, and the queens were female. So that's why I slip with the pronouns. But it's really, let's just say they, because you can have. There's no, you know, women can have that very king energy all the time, kind of thing. Okay. So it's definitely they, and it's but it can be like that too, right? It's really cold, or it's really knowledgeable, and you know, depending on who you're reading for or about, or how you're, you know, what the associated cards are, can really change your interpretation of each card. So it gets really complex, but I'm trying to keep it like real straightforward here. So just really basic. That's the thing. And if you can remember that, that is going to help you 1,000% to remember what each card is about, kind of thing.
That is
Right?
very helpful
Yeah,
for
it's
sure.
super helpful.
So we can go over it again in another way. All right. If we look at the cards as being, hang on here, I had it. So yeah, like I said, the you have the elements and what each element, the domain of each element, and then you have what it is. So again, this is Pentacles is finance, money, physical, and earth energy. So slow, right? Planning, methodical. Swords are they are ideas, breath, concept, knowledge, truth, and the element of air, right? So all that is very, very unstable and unpredictable, okay? Which is why, in my humble opinion, the swords are sometimes the darkest cards of the lot, okay? Swords can really send you for a loop. And the higher up we get, the darker the cards get in the sword deck, okay? In the wands, wands, fire, actions, change, effect, immediate passion, very passionate cards in here. The Queen of Wands is very, you know, the king and queen are like You know, literally the hotties of the deck. So you know, there's that passion and lust and everything that fire encompasses in the wands and cups. Of course, it's emotions, it's love, it's relationships, it's memories, it's everything sentimental and water, and it flows more. Okay. Yes, water can be unpredictable. Water can be dangerous. You know, high tides, tsunamis, flooding. Flooding is horrible. White water rapids are extremely dangerous. Undertow, if you walk into the ocean, undertow can pull you out to sea. You know, storms in the North Atlantic are, yeah, but a lot of storms are wind based, so don't forget that. But so yeah, water can be chaotic and dangerous too. But for the most part, water is flowing, and we can control water then better than we can control air. In that, water will take on the shape of any vessel we put it into. You see. So water shapes the earth, but the earth contains the water, right? Whereas air, you can't box air up. I mean, yeah, okay, you can trap air in a box, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure.
It doesn't take on that shape, kind of thing. And you know, air feeds fire. Fire consumes air. Water and wind will put out fire. You know, it's just weird. And Earth will put out fire too. But anyway, so there's all this kind of cross talk going on. But essentially, that's your basis for the cards, and these are the things that if you write down and you study them, when you pull your cards, you're going to understand what each thing does, and then you get into the numbers, right? So, is that good, everybody? I'll just move on.
That
So
was
that's
great. That was very helpful.
Yeah, I feel like that was super helpful as
awesome.
far as
So
those suits
that's
go.
your basic kind of rough ideas of where the cards are coming from, kind of thing, and what
Do we
the
have any
message is that they're
questions in
trying to.
chat?
Yeah,
If
Yeah.
good time
anybody
for
watching
questions.
right now has any questions about what we just covered about the suits, throw them out there.
Suits and general questions.
Give that a
And
second.
then we'll get to
Or
numbers, which I'm interested
arguments or corrections, and feel free.
in.
I am
Just
not
keep
the
complaints to
guru.
yourself.
Oh, that
Oh
was
no, no.
very helpful.
Come,
That I think those explanations were really helpful to kind of categorize them in my mind.
Yeah, that was
excellent.
perfect.
Yeah, I mean, if you think I'm full of
Yeah,
shit, go ahead, tell me. It's all
I
good.
do not.
no, no, I actually knew that there was an elemental aspect to them, but I didn't know how they related to each other. So
Okay,
that was actually super helpful, breaking it down to like air being thought and logic, and fire being actions and like the movement and the change. That was super helpful.
We
yes,
will get to the numbers thing, yes, in just a second. Right now, we're just taking questions on the suits at the moment. But yeah, we are going to go through the numbers.
Oh yeah, Doctor. Well, we're
Real
on our way.
quick, I have one question.
okay.
As far as you having a visual, being able to remember what suit represents which element or which attributes, do you have a way that you are able to kind of remember, for example, that like sword equals air and what that
Um,
means to you?
that's just from years and years and years. I've got notes here to follow for the presentation, so I don't forget the things I wanted to talk about or bring up. But like when I'm reading, I mean, I just know just because of how long I've been doing witchcraft, and you know,
Sure.
the associations for me are like almost immediate kind of thing. So
Absolutely. Yeah,
it's
it
kind
won't
of like
take long because it's only four things to really remember.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, for
yeah,
example, for me, like pentacles equaling the earth, the pentacle design is round. So, therefore, to
hmm
me, that's going to be easy to remember that that is earth because it's like the shape spherically of the earth. You know, that's like a visual
absolutely,
thing that I can
Mm-hmm.
remember.
I
And
saw a pinnacle carved into stone.
yeah,
did you?
Yeah,
yeah,
so I attached it to earth and grounding with that. But
Cool.
I don't
So,
know how
everybody will have a different
everybody's got
visual
a
that
different
they
visual.
can kind of use to, I don't
absolutely,
know,
absolutely.
explain
Like I
that to
said,
them.
that
Cool.
the one reader I know who sees wands as fire, or swords as fire and wands as air. It's like, yeah, okay, I see your
That's
argument, and
interesting.
that works perfectly for her, and she reads the cards that way, and it's like, yeah, and she's an
Interesting.
excellent reader.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I guess as wands equaling fire, like if it was a magical wand and you're utilizing your energy and condensing that and using that, that is a fiery type of thing where there's like
yeah,
heat element that you're projecting out. So that's a good way to remember that as well.
and on a traditional witch's altar too, these all these symbols represent that. So you would have the pentacle, usually representing an earth, or you might get a slate uh, pentacle for your altar, or a steel pentacle for your altar, which is made of iron ore, which comes from the earth. Swords on your altar would be an athame, right? Which is representative of air. A wand, instead of having candles burning or something like that, you can use a wand to represent fire. And a cup, of course, a chalice that will hold water for your ritual. That's where that connection comes in. So
Gotcha.
these are the basic tools of witchcraft, which is why when we get to the magician in the major arcana, right, which is one of the, there we go, number one, because the fool is always zero, remember that. But when we get to the magician, right, we see the four tools of the magician, right, and the magician is representative of mastery of your art, kind of thing, and now you're taking what you've learned and you're putting it into effect, kind of thing, right? That's a real basic meaning of that card. But yeah, so essentially you see the four tools of witchcraft in the magician card always, kind of thing,
Cool.
and it's kind of like the
Okay.
basis of magic, kind of thing, or the
Okay.
craft, if you will.
Cool. Okay. I'm so glad that we covered those categories, and I am very interested in the significance of the
Absolutely.
colors.
Okay, so Taro is, and we'll get to Dutch Oven's question. Taro is the path of the Fool. Okay, now some people say that the Fool only walks a path in the major arcana, and I say the Fool's path begins in the minor too. So you can think of it that way, right? So when you're reading your cards straight up, one is the start of your journey, right? And 10 is the end of your journey. So we go 1 through 10 for the journey, and then you have the court cards, which are a little bit different. Okay, we'll get to the court cards after, and the court cards are the page, the knight, the queen, and the king. Okay, so those are your court cards. But your the fool's journey, we're all fools on a journey in life, kind of thing, right? We don't know anything. We're humans, until we start enlightening ourselves and we learn how to take better control of our lives through spirituality and esoteric practices. We're just fools. We're just fumbling along. Even some of us esoterics are fools. We're just going through life, and we deal with shit on a daily basis, kind of thing. And this helps us deal with that stuff, kind of thing. So we start, and 1 is the start of the journey, right? The base element of everything, 1, right? And everything can be boiled down to 1, kind of thing, right? So you got to think of 1 as the start of everything, right? So 1 beginnings, but it also, the big theme of 1s is potential, right? Stored energy, the start of everything. And now I'm realizing this is going to be way longer than an hour. But anyway, so I'm going
Good.
to try and cut down on my copacetic notes here, and just try to give you the general big picture. And for the details, come take my class. Right? This is how it's supposed to go here.
Cool.
I don't know. I feel like give as much as you want, and then of course there
Yeah,
could be. There's always time for
I'm
12 weeks. There's a lot coming.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm
I'll take the
joking. I'm
class.
joking, of course, but because literally, we could be here all night, and I do have to work tomorrow.
Fair enough.
So we start with the start of our journey, the basis, new beginnings, kind of thing. So how does that apply to what we just learned about the 4 things, right? So if we think of pentacles again in that money, financial kind of thing, the Ace of Pentacles is about prosperity, a new beginning, a new opportunity, right? Here you go. This is the hand of the goddess handing you a big shiny penny, right? Big gift. This is a new start. This is a new opportunity, right? A new job, a new. So depending on what your intuition can say, so you can throw down the Ace of Pentacles for somebody, and you're thinking, okay, what does this mean? And if the question was, am I got a new job this year? And you go, well, yes, you will. The chances are likely. It looks very promising, right? Because it's the Ace of Pentacles, and it's all about new jobs, new opportunities. It's the potential of something, okay? Potential of a new investment. Keep an eye out for this, or whatever, you know? So that is essentially how your one potential with prosperity comes together in the Ace of Pentacles, right? Ace of Swords is going to be about new ideas, right? Clarity about something, right? It's going to be, okay, here you go. Here's a new idea. Oh, that's a new idea. Or, wow, this is really a new way of thinking of things. Or it's sudden clarity, like you see your path unfold before you, kind of thing. So there's that knowledge, right? It always starts with a new idea, right? You're taking a shower, you get a shower thought, and you go, holy smokes, I just got a great idea for something. That's that Ace of Swords, right? Boiled down. Ace of Wands is going to be inspiration, motivation. Oh, I got to do something today. I'm going to do something today. This is something new. Wow, okay, I'm going to take action today, right? This is, today is going to be the day that, they throw it all back to you. Somehow, I'm sorry, I'm doing a bit there, but Wonderwall.
I like that. Yeah.
So, I'm an idiot. So,
I love it.
Ace of Wands is really that new energy, that new thing coming to you, right? It's gonna, wow, boom, I'm getting it done, right? And Ace of Cups, of course, often Ace of Cups is the card that will indicate a new intimacy or a new emotion, right? Often it's the card that indicates a new potential lover, a new mate. Am I going to meet somebody this year? Oh, well, look at that, we get an Ace of Cups. Probably, most definitely. Or it can a deepening of emotions if you're with somebody already, or your cup overfloweth. You're right, I mean, it's spilling over. So if something happy, something good is coming your way, right? You're at the start of a new adventure, and your emotions will be overfilled. Okay, but it's always the start of something,
I
right?
like that.
That's the easiest way to remember it. So you see what I'm saying by applying the basis of your elemental knowledge with the numbers. Okay, so this is just one simple path to remembering what the cards are all about. Okay,
Yeah, that makes
so
sense.
boom. All right, so that's our aces. We have our twos. Twos? What are twos? Twos. And when we think of two, we think of left, right, black, white. We think of 1, 2. 1, 1 is 2. So, the scales of justice are, it's two plates that weigh against each other, right? So 2 is always about dualities. It's about the liminal. It's about the between, okay? So 2 of Pentacles, right, is going to be really about balance, right? Balancing your finances with your life, right? So when that comes up in a reading, you might be thinking about budgeting, or maybe you should be thinking about budgeting. I know I should be thinking about budgeting, right? It's about finding that balance. Maybe you're spending too much time at work, right? Things aren't going good with me and my girlfriend. Why? What's going on? And this comes up, and you go, well, maybe things are out of balance because maybe you're spending too much time at work, buddy, or girl, or whatever. Things are out of whack. You've got to balance a bit more, or you're doing a perfect job of balancing because everything is coming up roses. So you're in beautiful harmony, and you're honoring the duality of all things, and it's beautiful kind of thing, right? So in the card you have that infinity symbol because it's always juggling back and forth, right? Kind of thing. So you have that beautiful infinity symbol, and it's balancing. It's duality, big time, right? Swords. Wow, this one is you're stuck between choice A or choice B, right? You've got a decision to make, and you're using your intellect to make the decision. Your eyes are blindfolded. It's like justice, and this is a theme that gets repeated as we go further down the line. So this is the start of things, right? You could run into that card again further down, and in different things, as in justice, as in a little further down we'll see it again, kind of thing. So it's about decisions, right? You have a choice to make here, and you have to rely on your intellect. Or maybe you keep making the wrong decisions because you're not listening to your heart, right? And you're letting logic dictate too much in your life, right? So depending on what your querent is, querent, what a nice name for a client, querent, the person you're reading for, and your intuition is going to guide you and tell you that. That's where you have to listen to what the guides are telling you, right? So we can call it intuition. Some people connect inside with their intuition. I connect exteriorly with guides and whatever, and they will say, okay, well, this person is reliant too much on logic to decide, and they're not listening to their heart, and that's why they're never satisfied with a relationship or something like that, or they can't choose between pasta or macaroni for supper. It's the same frickin' thing, but do you want bolognese sauce or do you want cheese? Like, you can't decide that logically. It's the same frickin' thing. You got to listen to your heart and say, I feel like cheese tonight, and you're going to have mac and cheese. That's what we're talking about here, okay? Two of Wands. Again, it's a little bit about choice, but this is really, I love this sign because it's about stepping through a gate, and that's another thing you're going to see very often in the cards repeated is stepping through the gate, an initiation, moving forward kind of thing. The Two of Wands is you're at that gateway and you're looking through it and you're going, do I step through this or not? Do I take that next step? Do I take that adventure? So you're looking through things, because don't forget, it's about action. It's always about action, right? And the two is very close to the start of your journey. So this is you considering a journey, and do you go on it or not? Right?
Gotcha.
That makes
Pretty straightforward. So again, it's action, right? Fire, action, doing. Two, start of your journey, duality, choices. Bang.
sense.
So do you see how that
Okay.
kind of
Yeah.
is easier to
Yeah.
remember,
Uh-huh.
right? So that's our two of wands. Two of cups. It's about it's going to be about emotions. There's two people. It's about love, right? So the first card is intimacy, new stuff, new lover, new emotions, new your cup runneth over. It's all sorts of good things, and this is the Two of Cups is okay. Now definitely there's somebody in your life kind of thing. There's something new. Now it doesn't necessarily have to be a person, right? We develop new loves all the time, right? Once you learn how to do a bar chord, you love playing guitar again. You go through that, here's an E, here's an A, here's a D, woo, I'm a rock star. And then it's like, okay, B minor now, buddy. And you go like, I can't play a B minor. What
The fucking B, man. The goddamn B.
Ow, my finger.
B equals bane of my existence.
That's right. So you learn bar chords, and all of a sudden they make sense, and your muscle memory kicks in, and you can play that bar chord, and you go, I love guitars again, right? So that's that love, that kind of love, right? I love being on Twitch. I love streaming, and that could have come up in a reading way back when I was like, I don't know, am I gonna love Twitch or not? And you're gonna say, boom, there you go. Yes, it's gonna be fulfilling, and it's exciting, and it's full of love, and it's the Two of Cups, right? But it's love of many different flavors and things, and but it's going to be that kind of thing, emotion, right? Simple as that. There's no choice here. Your choices are with the sticks. Here it's about balancing. Here it's like opening up to the new love, filling your cup with that emotion, kind of thing. This is the choice. Do I step through the gate or not? And this is like, wow, okay, I have to do a blind choice here. What do I have to do here?
Okay. Got it. That's good. That's so good.
Pretty cool.
Yes.
Super cool.
All right, so there's your twos. There's your twos. Now, oh dear, do I need the crystal of modesty here? Let me
The crystal of modesty.
let me
Activate.
fetch the crystal of modesty. I didn't think I'd need it, but I forgot. I was going to use my beautiful Art Nouveau deck, but it's got way too much nudity. So here we go. We'll cover that up.
Fuck it.
So
Let
the
it
Twitch
flow.
people don't, Twitch people and the Facebook people
Oh,
don't
really?
get upset at anybody. Yeah,
Free the
yeah. Well,
titties.
it's TOS. Well, I mean, really, what the fuck are you going to see out of that? But just to be safe, let's be safe, right? All right, so I've come up with the crystal of modesty for my Twitch readings
So
I like that.
funny.
because it just hides it up. Okay, so now what are we talking about? 3, right?
Threes.
It's the
What do
magic
we think?
number. That's what I hear.
Absolutely, that's where it starts. But 3s in the tarot, the magic number of 3. When we think of 3 in spirituality or in religion, it's all about unity, right? So like I've got the Irish thing here. The threes are super important. Okay, 3s are about unity. Okay. 3s are now some people can read choices into this as well. Okay. But for me, it's always been about unity, getting together, right? 3 things coming together. The only exception to that is the 3 of Swords. Okay, but we'll get to that card. Your first indication that swords are probably not the friendliest deck out there. But anyway, the friendliest suit. 3 of Pentacles. What is going on with the 3 of Pentacles, right? 3 of Pentacles traditionally refers to teamwork, coming together, right? Again, when you think of the basis of Pentacles, right? We're talking about finances, we're talking about work, right? So it's 3 people coming together, right? And doing stuff. So it's about teamwork. You and somebody else. It's like a tripod, right? All 3 legs have to hold up the camera or else it's going to topple over, right? 3 legs have to be even, right? Or everything's going to fall over. So that's where the 3 of Pentacles comes in, about teamwork, supporting each other. So here you've got the model, you've got the artist, and you've got the teacher, right? And they're coming together to create a piece of art, right? So there's your teamwork. Okay. 3 of Pentacles coming together to work. 3 of Wands. This is again. So you've made that choice, right? The earlier card was the 2, and you're at the gateway, and the 3 is stepping through the gateway. Okay. It is about foresight too. Okay, because here you step through, and like here traditionally the fool is looking out over the lake. They're planning where they want to go, right? So they're looking at the lake and they're considering, how do I get over? Do I fly over? Do I jump? It kind of looks like a puddle. She could probably clear that. Or maybe she's up on a hill and it's a huge lake and there's sailboats down there, and maybe she's thinking, I have to hire one of those sailboats to get across. Um, it's doing, and this is probably one of the only doing cards that's like has a little bit of planning to it, right? But you've made that choice. You've stepped through. Now you're using your staff to walk, right? So like Moses had that staff to walk out of Egypt with the slaves. Yeah, a shillelagh comes to mind because a shillelagh is symbolic of walking and taking, paths. And you can do so much with a stick. You can tell time. You can point your direction. If you know which heading you're headed, you can use that stick to figure out which way you're going, kind of thing. So that is what the Three of Wands is talking about. But again, it's action, and it's you're going to be supported on your way because of that. That stick is your walking stick. It's going to support you as you travel, kind of thing, right?
Ooh, that's a good way to remember that. That's a good visual.
Three of Cups, one of the most beautiful cards, one of the happiest cards in the deck. Three of Cups is about friendship, coming together. It's party time. Three of Cups comes up. It's like TGIF. It's good. It's coming together. It's friendship. It's dealing with it's just being with other people, right? Um, you know, two's okay, three's a party. I don't know, but anyway, so three is good. Everybody loves three, so it's a party. It's coming together. You know, it's the basis of things, and of course, threes are important numbers. We're going to see that kind of theme repeated 3, 6, 9, right up into technically card 12. And then we're going to see that 3 kind of thing repeated again in the major arcana as well, right? So you have cycles of 3, you have cycles of 5. That's getting into deep waters kind of thing, right? But we're starting with just the 3 here, kind of thing.
Yeah,
So
stay basics.
yeah, 3 of Swords, misery. Okay. It's one of those cards where I've gotten into this bad habit. I say I have no tarot bedside manners, because sometimes I'll draw a card for somebody on stream and go, yee, or yikes. Like, uh-oh. Like, yeah, kind of things, like a doctor comes into your room, looks at your chart and goes, ooh. I was like, dude, what the hell? So yeah, that's me sometimes when I'm reading the tarot. And three of Swords is like, it's, yeah, well, you can see it's not the best. The imagery is pretty straightforward here, right? It's your heart getting stabbed 3 different ways, right? It's straight up pain, and pain 3 times. It's
Man.
there's no getting around that, right? And it's pain that's it's, again, you got to keep in mind that this is Swords. It's knowledge, right? So it's stuff that you found out. Okay. It's truth revealed. It's wow. It's yikes. It's mental pain. You know what I mean? It's deception. It just hurts. It's just not a great card. So this is the first card, really, that indicates that your voyage through the Swords is going to be prickly at best. Because swords cut, they hurt. They can defend you, they can maim you. They can hurt. Swords are that thing, right? So this is where it starts. 3 of Swords. So there's no getting
Makes
around
me
that.
think like 3 strikes and you're out, and like 3 strikes by a sword is not good.
Yeah, exactly.
Too many sword
Uh,
strikes.
Absolutely. So it's where the Three of Pentacles is about coming together and working, and it's all great. The Three of Wands is you're on that new adventure and you're supported and you're going to get to it. Three of Cups is emotion and happiness and joy, and the Three of Swords is like pain, pain, truth revealed. Yeah, it's like it's not a great card, but consequently, reversed Three of Swords is a much better card because you can pain you can heal from, and I always like to see it as it's reversed so you can pull those swords out. It's harder to pull it out like this, but if it's upside down, the swords can kind of start falling out by themselves because gravity pulls them out, kind of thing. So that's how I like to read my reverse cards. But reverse cards is another day. But yeah, so Three of Swords is really, really something, and it's a traditional tattoo that you're going to see often. Somebody who's had a lot of heartache, or been wronged by a spouse or something like that, will get a Three of Swords tattoo. That's traditional tattooing because a lot of trad tattoos, like we're talking Sailor Jerry kind of tattoos there, really take a lot from that kind of thing, right? So there's a few tarots in trad tattooing, and Three of Swords is one of them, kind of thing. So you see a guy with Three of Swords, he's suffered some heartache, pain, mental anguish, kind of thing too. So that's our threes. Fours. Am I boring anybody? Is this okay? Is this good chat?
Oh
Are we
no,
all?
I'm loving it. I'm
Are
loving
we
it so much. This is amazing.
Real
okay?
quick, can you think of another word that would go with the threes? So, like, you described it as unity or teamwork. Can you think of a couple other descriptions that you would throw with the threes?
Um,
If not, it's fine. It totally makes
well,
sense with
I'm
all your
trying to think.
descriptions.
Well, like I said, tripods. It's support. It's divinity, right? Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost. So it's mind, body, spirit, right?
It's
So
about
that's
like
why that.
complete, like being
Yeah, that's
complete.
when we get into that pain of the three swords, because it's a pain that's so visceral. It can hurt physically, can manifest itself physically. That's why the swords are in the heart, right? And or it's your mind quelling your emotions. You may love somebody, but logically it's a bad thing and you have to move on, kind of thing. That's pain, right? Leaving somebody, you love them, but they're not good for you, and you have to fucking turn a page. That's pain, right? That's rough. So that's what that's talking about. So it can be mind, body, soul pain, stuff you've been carrying for lifetimes, stuff that just weighs your soul down. Maybe you've done some bad shit to other people and you're the cause of pain, or that stuff is coming back up in your memories and your dreams or something like that, and it's causing you pain. It's we can go deep on that kind of thing, but so yeah, mind, body, soul. In Celtic work, we talk of the three cauldrons, which kind of have an equivalency in chakra work, but even chakra is like three zones kind of thing with three orbs in each zone. It's pretty nuts when you get right down to it. So essentially, you can think of it as that, right? Like even when you're doing teamwork, right? You're going to have three individuals. Luckily, if you're happy, the three individuals work really well together, and sometimes the strength of one will cover the weakness of the other, kind of thing. So yeah, again, you can use that mind, body, soul thing there. Maybe if somebody in your team is the thinker, and somebody in your team is the feeler, and somebody in your team is the doer, right? And that makes a successful team as well. And that's your mind, body, soul thing. So your body is the body guy is the doer, and the soul is the feeler, and the mind is the thinker, kind of thing. And so you get the in Christianity you have the Son, the Father, and the Holy Ghost, which is kind of the same thing, because the Father is the doer. He's the God who caused the floods and made the fucking earth and made the Garden of Eden and everything God did. And then Jesus comes along and he's like, I'm teaching you a new way, which is full of love and compassion. And well, that's what it's supposed to be. But
Gotcha.
Jesus comes along and is compassion and love and understanding and parables, and etc., etc. And he's that love quotient. And then you have the spirit, the Holy Ghost, which is spirit, which is the divine, which is the what happens afterwards, and that feeling of unity that you get on Christmas Eve because everybody's celebrating the birth of Christ, and all the good things about Christianity, or the joy that Christians feel on Easter morning because he's risen, he's come back from the dead, etc., etc. All that is woven into that stuff, and now I'm going way deep, people. Sorry, we're in the
I
deep
love
end
it.
of the pool,
Yeah.
but so that's where
Yeah,
you can go
that's
with
great.
that kind of crazy stuff, So that's the threes. So basically, just remember that it's about unity, and unity within those symbols, right? Doing, thinking, acting, feeling, right? And wealth and physical kind of stuff, right? So, yep, we love the deep end. Well, that gets really deep. So we'll move on to 4. Now, when we think about 4, what do we think of? We think of squares, man. Which is kind of funny. It's that thing in Pulp Fiction, where Uma Thurman does that.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know,
Don't be a.
don't be
Yep.
a square.
Totally.
But squares are what are squares, right? At the base of every pyramid, right? So let's get really esoteric about things. Pyramids,
Supportive and structured and even and
right?
solid is what I think of with squares.
And so you have a pyramid that's like this, but underneath it's a square, right? That's in the shape of a cone. It's solid. Its foundations, the foundation of most houses is square. You can't tip a square over, kind of thing, technically. So,
Don't tell me. I can't tip a square over.
Don't
I'll
tell me.
tip one right now.
well, you shouldn't try tipping a square
No,
over.
you're right. You're right. You're right.
let's say that.
Okay. That's
So there you go. So you got your square. So 4 is very about being very solid about things. Okay, but it can also be about 3 was fun and unity. This is like a extra stick here. Like what do we do with this kind of thing? So 4 of Pentacles. There's a number, depending on the artwork. Sometimes it'll trigger different things, but just really basic. Okay, your 4 of Pentacles is he's a tight person, right? Budgeting to the point of being tight. You can also, the bad side of it. It can be disappointment, etc. Upside down, but just talking upright here. If you're reading about somebody and the 4 of Pentacles comes up, you can say, well, he's smart with money, but maybe a little tight, right? Because you can see that they're
right.
stepping on 2 of the Pentacles, right? Firmly under their feet, and they're hugging it like, this is mine, not yours, mine.
So
So
stingy.
stingy,
Very rigid.
rigid, maybe a hoarder, right? Concerned only about money, about saving money. Scrooge is a 4 of Pentacles kind of guy. You know what I'm saying? So if you think of 4 of Pentacles and you think of Scrooge, that's the kind of person you're talking about when you read about the 4 of Pentacles. But it's also when you think about it financially speaking. How do we control our funds? We control it by budgeting, right? So 4 of Pentacles comes up, and it can be, okay, well, something has to be done about budgeting. And that's when, you're listening to your intuition. Do I need to budget more? Do I need to budget less? Am I expecting issues with my budget? Should I revise my budget? It's about watching your pennies, but not watching them too tightly. Okay?
Okay.
So 4, see, we've started on our fool's journey. 1 was the beginning and everything was cool and great and wow, this is fantastic, right? And then the second one was like, oh, we got some choices to make here, and then the third one was about working deeper. And now the fourth one is like, okay, now we're starting to see problems, right? It's kind of like dating, you know. At first, everything's beautiful and golden, and I can't believe this new person I've met. And it's magical and wonderful. And then the week 2, it's kind of like, well, is this worth investing or not? Yes, it is. And then week 3 comes along, and that's when it's like, yeah, this is great. It's teamwork. Everything's great. Or you're stuck between the two wands, and you're going, oh, is this relationship something I'm going to want to pursue? How do I see this unfolding? You know, what's going on? 3 of Cups is like party, best sex ever, like rock and roll, let's go. And the 3 of Swords is like, oh, fuck, I didn't see that coming. You know, like, ouch. So you can see it that way. And the 4 is like, okay, you survived the 3s, and now more stuff is coming up, okay? Like, whoa, okay, maybe we need to budget things a bit more, or maybe they're really tight with their money, or wow, you know, what do we have to do here, kind of thing. 4 of Wands, okay. 4 of Wands is the doing thing. Remember, it's fire, it's immediacy, it's mindfulness, it's let's go, right? So 4 of Wands is building community. It's coming together. It's solid foundations. So we can see on this thing, we see this couple, and they're having a great time. They're on a great date, and they're walking towards these 4 of Wands. So there's a lot of stability there. Okay, it's good. It's moving forward. It's happening. Things are solid. It's great, kind of thing, right? It's perfect. 4 of Cups. Well, now emotions get complicated after a while, and the 4 is that first hint of things getting a little complicated, right? Because we're overlooking something, right? It's kind of dissatisfaction. Other emotions are popping up. So we're looking at the 4 of Cups, and we see 3 in front of us, but we don't see that 4th one being handed right to us, right? It could also be read as, here, you like 3 so much? Here, have a 4th one. You'll love a 4th one, won't you? Right? So 4 of Cups can be kind of like, it can be apathy, kind of bored with, you know, I had a good time with the 3 of Cups, but now it's kind of like, what's next? I need something new, kind of thing, right? And you're so bored that you can't see the goddess, you know, that hand, you know, the hand that came out. And this is where we see cycles and repeated symbols, right? You remember that hand in the Ace of Pentacles that was presenting you with that pentacle out of the blue? Well, here it is, presenting you a cup full of emotions out of the blue. And our person here on the card is kind of ignoring it, doesn't see it, kind of thing. So maybe it's like not seeing the forest for the trees, or you're too wrapped up, you know, you're invested too heavily in emotions to learn any other new emotions, or you can't deal with new emotions right now. You know, there's a lot going on in this card, but for the most part, it's about being dissatisfied. You know, you've got that feeling of that emotion of apathy, that emotion of I wish kind of thing. And it's kind of like, well, you know, I wish it would stop raining. I'm tired of the rain, but it can't be sunny all the time, right? So that's a conflict popping up here. Okay, so we're getting to that end of the cycle of 5, right? So 4 is that, you know, oof, I got to budget more. 4 of Wands, yeah, things are going great, man. It's solid, it's good, things are good. But in the Cups, it's a little, this is not going great, right? Woof. And then the 4 of Swords. 4 of Swords. If you're lying in bed and you've got 4 swords dangling over you, you need to take a nap. This is.
Oh no.
This is, you need a break. You need a you need, stop thinking about stuff. Stop overthinking. You're really complicating the waters, like I'm doing with this lesson.
I don't think so at all. I'm loving
I'm
Always.
very
Totally.
I like to beat myself up a lot, but
Well, don't,
so
because you're doing so great.
well,
Yeah, no, this is great.
it is. It's fun, you know. But anyway, Four of Swords. It's really okay. Well, like Doc here is, he's got to head to bed, right? So he's feeling this. He's feeling this card right now. It's like, no, I want to stay up and listen to plain toast wax philosophical about tarot all night, but I need to get to sleep. I work tomorrow, so his mind is saying, "You're tired. Go to bed." So when this card pops up, it's really that. It's you need a break from thinking you need rest. Sleep on it. It'll be clearer tomorrow morning, right? You've got too many thoughts going on. You're overtired. You can't think straight when you're tired. And if you keep fighting that feeling, well, those swords are going to multiply, as we'll see further down the line, right?
Okay.
So if you don't take
So
care
it's
of
a
it now,
warning.
yeah, exactly. If you don't take care of it now, it's going to become a problem. So get some rest, right? And it'll be clearer in the daytime. Yes, yeah, it can be a meditation card as well, right? But I'm just kind of sticking to traditional kind of meanings tonight. So it's traditionally it's you know what, go get some rest. But what's a good way of getting rest? It's meditation,
Of
right?
meditation, yeah.
You need some meditation. You could use a little
Recharging.
meditation.
Whether it be
Recharge.
sleep
That's
or
right.
whether it be meditation.
That's right.
Cool.
How
I
do you
like that.
calm your mind? How do you calm your mind? How do you calm anxiety? With meditation, right? A little mindfulness and meditation kind of thing. So that's again using finance, knowledge, action, and emotion. What are these cards telling you? Kind of thing. Like, no, it's perfectly fine to Sammy Fan. It is perfect, and it is meditation as well. But it's in this case, we're looking at just the basis of the cards, and it's really yeah, it's rest. It's, you know, take just shut your brain off for 12 hours. Can you do that? You know, kind of thing. That's what the
I
card is
can.
saying. So there's our four, right? Kind of thing. Good, good.
That was
So
great. Yes.
we'll
4.
pop on here.
Super good.
All right. Now you can imagine me doing this over a span of 12 weeks.
Oh yeah, where
Absolutely.
you
Yeah, there'll
can
be so much.
We get
actually get deep.
ridiculously deep, and we do. You know, I've got it split up so that we're doing the cards forward and we're doing the cards reverse kind of thing. So we do minor forward and we do major arcana forward, and then we do it all the way reversed kind of thing. We follow the Fool's Journey backwards, which is interesting and fascinating. But so that's why it takes 12 weeks, and I get a little more deep into the history and more of the esoteric meanings of things and the various meaning of stuff. But anyway, now we're into the 5. Okay, woof, woof. Right, 5. This is that card. So this is the end of the first cycle. 5, right? This is, and we're halfway to 10. So this is where we kind of take stock of Fool's journey so far, right? And where are we going? What's going on here, kind of thing. So 5 of Pentacles, right? Ooh, if you didn't pay attention to the 4 of Pentacles and budget correctly, you're going to end up with the 5 of Pentacles, which is poverty, right?
Okay.
Being frozen out of something, right? Being void of ideas. If you didn't take care of yourself, you might find yourself 5 of Pentacles, and because Pentacles is Earth, and Earth is fertility and growing, right? 5 of Pentacles is that kind of no growth here, infertile land. You've over harvested. You're stuck. This is winter. It's cold. It's barren. It's all the cliches. So there you go. So it's 5 of Pentacles, man. It's a rough card, but there's always hope. You can always warm up. That's why I like winter, right? Summer, man. There's no escape the heat. You can't escape the heat. There's no escaping the heat. it's hot outside, it's hot inside. Especially if you live like where I live, where it's like muggy in the summertime, right? Air conditioning just doesn't. It works fine in desert climates, but when you get in anywhere into humidity, it doesn't work as efficiently as it should, right? So it's really hard to cool off, but it's easy to warm up. All you need is a fire. All you need is shelter, something to protect you from the wind, and a heating source, and you can be comfortable. That's how come, you know, people always ask me, how the fuck do you live in where you live when you have 2 or 3 weeks of winter where it's like minus 40, you know? Oh, well, because it's like I live in a house and the house is insulated and the wind doesn't come through the house and I've got heating things, I've got electricity and I've got wood and, I can dress warm. When I go outside, I put on warm boots and long johns and socks. And I dress warm when I go outside. When it's 110 in the shade in parts of Mexico and New Mexico and wherever you can take off all the clothes you want, you're still stuck in your skin. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Sure.
So there's hope. All that to say that there's hope with the Five of Pentacles. You've reached poverty, right? Your fool's journey into wealth and finances has ended with you in poverty, but it's momentary, right? You can back things up. You can fix things, right?
Okay.
Five of Wands is doing Five of Wands, but if we look at it, and most Five of Wands cards will have this kind of like stick fight going on here, right? Everybody's got their thing and everybody's doing something, but there's no organization going on here, and now sticks are connecting and there's little skirmishes going on, kind of thing. So this is Five of Wands is too many cooks, right?
Okay.
Too many bosses, not enough employees. It's everybody wants to do something, but nobody's telling everybody what to do, kind of thing. There's no planning, and it causes conflict. So this is the card of conflict, right? Five of Wands comes up. You can expect conflict, or you're in conflict, depending on what you feel when you're reading for the person, and the placement in your spread, kind of thing. But Five of Wands is like, wow, okay. Yikes. Okay, we're fighting.
The yikes card.
We're fighting. We're fighting now. Okay, so this is what I say. Five, you're halfway through that journey. This is where you're either going to take control of your finances and shape up. You're going to put down your sticks and stop fighting, right? Or somebody's going to get hurt. Someone's going to poke an eye out, right? And Five of Cups. Oh my goodness, Five of Cups. There's some beautiful cards for Five of Cups. This is not one of them. This is like really, wow, desolate. Wow, Five of Cups is about loss. Okay, and it can be, it's about loss and forgetting what you have, right? And you're focusing too much on your loss and not remembering the good things. Or, he's looking down, or she's looking down, I guess, and, well, I've got 3 cups and I knock them over and they're spilled into the river, and it looks like maybe the East River of New York, or maybe San Francisco Bay. Oof, you're not going to want to drink that water again, right? So, yeah. Wow. Oh, look at those 3 cups. Nice. We'll go through. Meanwhile, you got 2 cups back there. So if you just turned around and you shift perspective, you realize that you still have 2 cups. And 2 cups is better than nothing. Right? So you got to be practical about things. And maybe this is the reminder that Stoicism has its place at times. Right? Don't get too emotional over things that you can't control. Right?
Gotcha. Okay.
So there's your 5 of Cups. Right? 5 of Swords. Wow. Okay, 5 of Swords. Oh my goodness. 5 of Swords. What does this look like to you? Well, we got somebody, there's people walking around, and they look a little lost, and there's swords all over the place. So it looks like the end of the battle, right? So at the end of the battle, you would have people scavenging back in the oldie times. You would have people scavenging the battlefield for weapons and stuff like that. So To the victor goes the spoils, often very grim spoils. But the spoils of war include the weapons left on the battlefield by the defeated army, right?
Okay.
We see that in Ukraine right now. The tanks, they don't blow up; they're taking over. Kind of thing. So certainly in medieval times, or even before that, you would pick up the enemy's weapons and use them to arm your own army, kind of thing. So, Five of Swords, you've got this person and they're walking through. So, Five of Swords is often defeat, and it's a mental defeat. It's knowledge. You're giving up. That's why the people are in the background are walking around kind of lost. It's like they're zombified, right? I'd be interested to see what the zombie card looks like for Five of Swords.
Oh, yeah, you should find that.
But essentially, this is what we're talking about. Is just really everybody kind of done. You're done. You're wiped. Why? Because you didn't rest your mind in the Four, right? Right. So this is now we're starting to see the consequence of cards, right? Kind of thing. We follow that thing. The first One of Cups was a new interest. Two of Cups is that love interest getting deeper. Three of Cups is like everything is beautiful and stuff like that. And then the Four of Cups is like I'm bored. I'm looking for something new. And then of course the Five of Cups is loss, right? And so
Yeah.
Five of Swords. You see how the story evolves now, because this is all about story. We're talking about the Fool's Journey, but it's a story of the Fool's Journey, right? And all movies basically are the Fool's Journey, right? Star Wars is Bill Moyer calls it the hero journey. The hero, the fool, same thing, okay? And they have helper animals and etc. etc. But essentially, man, do I get deep, far off my tangents, but so
That's okay. So I found the Five of Swords in the zombie
yeah,
deck, and it's got two living guys fighting over a rifle, one single rifle, and then it's got a bunch of zombie hands reaching in for them.
okay, right,
But
right. So you've essentially they're fighting over the spoils of war. Like it's the last rifle to
it's
defend
the last
themselves.
weapon that
Yeah,
they're fighting for.
and whoever wins that weapon technically is going to be the survivor, and the person who loses that weapon is going to be eaten by the zombie and turned into the zombie, become part of the horde. So they're going to be defeated, both by the living and the dead. So it's
Yeah.
the end of their journey.
Yeah.
If you think of
That makes sense.
The Walking Dead originally, before they found Alexandria, but when it was good, it was all about the journey, right? It was all about that endless journey and dealing with the the life after the zombie event kind of thing. It was all about the journey, and that's what made it interesting, right? Kind of thing. So that's what's going on there. That five is going to whoever wins the weapon is going to be able to defend themselves, and whoever loses the weapon is going to be eaten by the zombies, and that's the end of their journey, kind of thing. So we're getting here the end of the journey, kind of thing. Or can we reverse it and continue on? So can we reverse our spending spree? Can we put down our wands and get along and get the job done? Can we turn around and see that there's still good in our lives and not focus so much on our loss? And can we here forge the weapons of war into plows again? To poorly quote some very deep philosophical stuff. So, what can we do? There's survival here, kind of thing. There is hope within the Five of Swords, even though it's about defeat, kind of thing. I always like to find the hope in the cards, kind of thing. So,
Good. I agree with you.
that's our fives. Oh, six again. So now we're starting the journey again. Things have resolved and we're moving on, right?
Okay, good.
So six is about growth and forward motion and recharging and starting that journey again. So we've got that cycle of 5. So 1 through 5, mini journey. 6 through 10 is going to be another journey. So you'll see that as we progress from 6 to 10, things start off, promising and hopeful again, and they get fucking dark. But anyway, but not all of them. Some of them are very good because we're moving on and things are good, kind of thing. So 6 of Pentacles, again, we're talking about finances and prosperity. And if the 6 of Pentacle if the overall theme of 6 is growth, right? Then it's about movement. So the 6 of Pentacles is about being so affluent, doing so well that you share the wealth, right? So
That's good.
you're sharing the wealth, so you can see the poor underneath it. So again, it ties into that continuing story, right? So how do we rise from poverty? Well, sometimes we need to take a handout. We need to accept charity to rise from poverty, right? Charity it helps us, right? And then when we're rich again, we have to remember to give, to help those beneath us again, to help that person to rise up again, right? That's the good positive message here, right? But overall, it's about charity, right? It's about being gifted. So again, this is where you would lean on your intuition. Are you the one being gifted? Are you the one receiving the charity and being risen out of poverty? Or have you managed to reverse your budgeting and your finances to a point where you can give to the people beneath you? Okay. So it's a great card, and it's starting that journey again, right? Giving back. 6 of Wands. 6 of Wands is again, it's everybody put down their sticks. You stop fighting, and now you can venture off again. You can continue your journey, and it's about choosing that stick that won the fight. So like your 5 of thing where the guys was fighting over the rifle. Well, now that one guy has gotten that rifle, and that rifle is, going to be by his side for a while, right? And so that's his chosen weapon now. So you've gone through, and maybe this is a stick you started with, and it's the stick that helped you win the fight, and now you've got bay laurels on it, and you move forward with your stick, and now you've got a horse to ride. So 6 of Wands is that beautiful kind of recognition, right? It's that this is the weapon that's helping me out here. Okay, so
is it kind of conflict resolution?
yeah,
Card?
yeah, kind of thing, and being rewarded for a job well done. It's that, it's recognition. It's standing out from the crowd, kind of thing. Okay. Being rewarded for your actions, right? Okay. Because again, it's about actions, and it's starting the journey again, right? Now you've got some recognition, and you're starting the journey again, kind of thing. And you can apply it to streaming. When you start streaming, it's that steep learning curve, how OBS works and how the sound works and then you finally get things going, and it's like, ooh, okay, we're starting the journey again. We're on a great journey now, kind of thing, right? So you move on, and then you start getting recognized for stuff, and yada yada yada. 6 of Cups. Okay, so now we're reminded of emotions, and now we're moving from positive, like now emotions, and we're moving into a little bit of reminiscing, right? So the 6 of Cups is about memories, and it's about youth. So again, in this picture, we don't know if the mother or aunt or mentor is handing something to the youth, or the youth gifted and is waiting for approval, kind of thing. But in any sense, it's dealing with youth, and it's often, you can read this as inner child, as I said earlier in the stream. but it's remembering things too,
So like
right?
nostalgia, like tapping
Nostalgia,
into that
exactly.
nostalgia.
Tapping into nostalgia, feeling sentimental about something, right? Maybe you need to feed your inner child, take care of yourself a little bit better. Maybe you've been ignoring him or her, and it's time to treat yourself to something, or do something joyful, do something youthful, right? Ignite that emotion because we get too tied up into adulting, right? So it's good to do something youthful, like play a video game or play with Legos, whatever you do that feeds that inner child, right? Do it, kind of thing. Watch Ren and Stimpy. I don't know. Do something, right? That's fun and youthful and reminds you to be youthful on the inside always, kind of thing. That's your Six of Cups. You need that joyful, youthful emotion. Okay. Okie dokie. Six of Swords. Yes, one of those happy sword cards. Okay, it's growth. It's about transition. It's moving forward again. Okay, so you took all those swords that you picked up on the battleground, and you stick them in your boat, and you go off. Right now, what's tricky about this is that if you were to pull one of those swords out, you'd make a hole in your boat and you would sink. So that's something you want to be aware of with the Six of Swords. It's moving towards the future, resolving things from the past, but always moving forward, right? And you've got a youthful person pushing and an older person in the front. But always think of that it's, and when it ties into knowledge, it's reconciliation with the past. It's dealing with those little holes in your thinking, kind of thing, right? Plugging it up so that you can float, basically, kind of thing, right? And just moving forward, kind of thing. Always learning, kind of thing. Filling the gaps in your knowledge, if you will, right? So it's always moving forward because you're in a boat and you're pushing and you're thinking. So it's continual, lifelong learning, etc., etc. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Am I
like
am I
that one a lot.
exaggerating too much?
No, that's perfect.
So there's your sixes, and of course the sixes are up from the threes. So where threes was unity, right, coming together to do things, and pain, right? Remember the three of swords, pain, in the heart and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The Six of Swords is reconciliation. It's plugging the holes up and moving forward,
Good.
right? So you've had time to think about things and you've learned how to deal with that pain, with that trauma, and now you can move forward from it.
I like that. Okay.
Okay? So 3 is coming together as a community, unity, working together, and now you're giving back. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
See how it kind of all connects? 6 of Cups is coming together, partying, etc., and now you're, again, it's giving back, it's growth. You're feeding the next generation, right?
Okay.
6 of Wands is the same thing. You started that journey and you had your trusty staff with you as you stepped through the door, the door that you had to make that choice of, do you go forward or not? The 3 of Wands, you moved forward with your staff and you're seeking out your adventure, and now your adventure continues with that same staff. It's only now it's got a laurel wreath on it, and you're being recognized, and you're moving forward on your journey. And your journey is no longer on foot, but on horseback, and your journey goes even smoother now. You've reached the next step in your evolution. So you see how the cycles move on, and
Yeah,
the same.
I'm really enjoying seeing this whole thing laid out. This is so awesome.
So this
So much
is
sense.
getting deeper into that, right? What have we been on now for 2 hours? So this is week 2.
Yeah.
Just thinking it out.
Love it.
Okay.
Probably closer to week 3 or 4, but anyway. So, all right, now we're into the 7s. The 7s. And 7s is all about having faith, right? 7 is about faith. Let me just. I just want to make sure my notes are following along here. All right, so sometimes this is about new directions. Sometimes it's about standing up for yourself. Sometimes it's about making choices, right? And 7 of Pentacles is an amazing card. I love the 7 of Pentacles. It's really great. Actually, this is probably my favorite card of this deck because it reminds me of another streamer who goes by the name of Killer Queen. She looks exactly like the girl on this 7 of
Oh,
Pentacles.
cool. That's awesome.
Nice.
But that's just me. But anyway, and she's very 7 of Pentacles because she works hard and she's super intelligent and she's growing something great, But so this is what the 7 of Pentacles is about. Okay, traditionally it's somebody standing beside a garden or a bush, and the bush has got 7 pentacles on it. So 7 of Pentacles is about you could look at it as making investments if you want to stick to it strictly monetarily, right? I like to look at it as your garden is growing, your investments are making a return, so you invested wisely with your, well, in Canada we call them RRSPs or mutual funds. Let's go the mutual fund route. And if you're not like an aggressive kind of day trader kind of thing, you're like a modest investor and you're saving for your retirement, you go see the person at the bank and I'll invest X amount of each paycheck into a mutual fund, et cetera, and I want it to grow. And they say, well, we've got 3 packages. We've got the conservative, we've got the middle of the road, and we've got the what we like to call risky. But it's not really risky, but it's like, but there's more up and downs. It's a little more volatile. And this one, well, it's okay, but there's not a lot of growth. And if you pick the middle one, I get a better commission. So I highly suggest the middle one. That's how that conversation goes. But anyway, right? It's doing all the good things, but it's reminding you not to just sit back, right? You're sitting there and you're watching I did good work. My garden is coming up this year, right? But the job is not done. You're only at the 7 of Pentacles, right? You've got 3 more steps to go before you're done this part of the journey, right? Okay,
Don't get too comfortable.
Don't get comfortable. Tend to your garden. You can't just sow your garden and let it watch it grow, and when everything's in bloom and say, oh, all right, job done. Come back in September, October and do the harvest and everything will be good, because you're going to have bugs that come in and eat your fruits and your vegetables, and you're going to have maybe raccoons or other kind of rodents in there eating stuff, and
if you
weeds.
don't water it, it fucking dies.
Exactly. So this is about doing that work, right? You've come this far. Don't stop doing the work yet, okay? There's still stuff to tend. Sit back and admire it. Sure, relax, take it easy, but don't get comfortable. Keep working, right? That's that beautiful 7 of Pentacles thing. It's doing the hard work at all times. 7 of Wands. 7 of Wands, boy. Let's look at this girl. And again, we've got these sticks, and she's like holding her wand like a quarterstaff, right? Remember Rocket Robin Hood? Well, maybe that's a Canadian thing, but Big John.
Sounds awesome.
Big John with the quarterstaff, and he fights everybody off with a quarterstaff. But anyway,
I have seen Robin Hood Men in Tights, so that makes sense.
Okay, well, anyway, so Big John, his favorite weapon was a quarterstaff, right? So here she is with her quarterstaff, and she's fighting off all these other sticks, and the sticks are like that. So 7 of Wands is about standing your ground, right? Again, you're using your wand not so much for direction, but you're using it for defense. You're using it, to keep moving forward, to keep forging your way, right? So when the 7 of Wands comes up, it's like stand your ground. Use your voice. Don't let people talk you out of stuff. Keep going. Don't let people gaslight you. Don't let people talk you down, right? You're almost there. You're 3 steps away from the end of your journey. Don't let other people stop you now, right?
That's good. I
Yeah.
like that. I resonate with that card.
Okay, keep going. Seven of Cups. Well, now, Seven of Cups is dreams, fantasies, choices. Where do I want to go? So, where's your heart leading you? This is that question you have to ask yourself, right? So, Seven of Cups, it's like, okay, you picked yourself up, you moved on, but now it's like, what do I want to go now? What do I want to do now, right? So, Seven of Cups, and you're always given choices, and on every card, what's in the cups changes, kind of thing, all right? So, you definitely have that kind of choices that you have to make, right? How to feel about something, where does your heart lead, kind of thing. And when you're working with a person, one of these symbols is going to pop up to you, and you're going to read off of it, kind of thing. And what emotion are you looking to work with here, kind of thing. So our witch is, because she's got a witchy hat on, is looking at her dreams, and which dream is she going to pursue, what calls to her heart. Love again, snake magic, is that what's calling to her? What is this? Is this the hand of fate holding the string of fate? Is this treasure? What is this? Is this a laurel wreath for a champion, or is it a memorial, or is it indicative of Christmas? What does your intuition tell you? These are the things that you're going to figure out when you're doing the reading. But essentially, this thing is about following your heart, and where does your heart want to go?
I like that card. That's a really good explanation for that.
Okay. Seven of Swords. Seven of Swords. Again, it's about knowledge, right? It's about thought, about logic. And when we're working with Seven of Swords, it's like breaking away. It's the sneaky card, right? All these cards usually indicate somebody. The traditional one is a guy, and he's got a pouch full of swords, and he's kind of, I can't believe people are just leaving these swords all over the place here. He's picking them up and taking them away, right? Running away with these swords. So it's kind of like following your ideas.
Opportunistic, maybe? That's what it kind of
Yeah,
sounds like,
yeah.
maybe.
Making a break for it, though. When you think of knowledge, is like breaking free from restrictive thought. It's like going with your ideas, running with your ideas. Take your ideas and run with them, kind of thing,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
So it's, again, Seven of Pentacles. It's about investment, growth, opportunity, but tending to your garden, right? So if you think of the Four was budgeting, right? Cooperation, hard work, and budgeting. Then the Seven, again, is making sure that you're following your budget, and making sure that your investments are growing, and that your garden is growing, and tend to it, admire it, but keep working at it. And Seven of Wands is fighting, keeping going. Seven of Cups is dreaming, right? Emotion wise. And Seven of Swords is putting your ideas into action, taking your ideas and running with them. Maybe taking inspiration from somebody, and working that way, kind of thing. So that's your swords, your knowledge card.
What would you say for seven? Like, if you had to give a title to what the seven would mean overall, what would you attribute that to?
Well, yeah, it's also having faith too, right? Faith that your garden is growing. It's faith in your ambitions, and putting them into thing, and faith in your knowledge and putting it to use, and dreaming and visualization, and having faith that your dreams are leading you down the right path, kind of thing, that you can listen to your intuition, kind of thing. It's about believe in yourself, standing
I
your
like
ground,
that.
believing in yourself, kind of thing.
Awesome.
Make sense? All good?
Yeah, absolutely.
8. Am I putting people to sleep? We're getting late here
Never.
already.
Nope.
Okay.
I'm loving it. Ah,
So
I
8.
love Uncle Scar has joined the party. Welcome.
Well, greetings, Uncle Scar. 8 of Pentacles, 8 of Swords, 8 of Cups. So 8. 8 is that infinity loop, right? Remember we saw that in the duality, right? So we had the two of Pentacles, and it was that like this kind of thing, you know. And so we have 2, which leads to 4, and 4 times 2 is 8. So you can follow that kind of math through the cards, and here we are at the 8 of things kind of thing. All right, and we're almost there, right? We're almost there. Now some of these cards find completion at 9, and some of these suits will find completion at 10, right? But geez, we're right there, right on the precipice, right? So the 8 of Pentacles, right, is seeing your goal line, right? And you've got all these beautiful pentacles up on your wall. You've got one that's drying, and you're still painting one. So it's kind of like, keep at it, keep working hard, right? Do the thing. Pay attention to details. When this pops up, I'm always telling people, it's, pay attention to details. What's going on here? Or sometimes it's about just keeping hard. You're working hard. You can see the goal line. Keep at it, kind of thing. Don't give up now. You're almost right there, kind of thing, right? So it can also be about patience. Have a little patience, right? Okay. Your doggy coin kind of up and down. It's going down. You're tempted to sell before you lose everything you've made. As long as you're not going negative, you're still ahead. So don't panic. Have patience, because it's going to right itself, and your doggy coin is going to be worth more tomorrow or in the next half hour. Who knows, right? So patience, right? You can almost taste it. It's like when you're cooking something, and I can't wait till it's done, and you stick your finger in, you burn yourself in the soup or whatever, It's like, have patience. It'll be better when it's done, right? Don't keep opening the oven every 2 minutes to see if your pizza's cooked, because, right? 8 of Wands, 8 of Wands, 8 of Wands is an exciting card. It's pointing you in a direction. It's like, move forward. It's about travel. It's good news, kind of thing, right? So again, the two of Wands was kind of like, do I take that step? Do I walk forward? Do I walk through this portal and keep going? This 8 of Wands is, and 4 was like, okay, terra firma, I'm on the right path. I've got all my support structures. I'm going, and this is like reinforcement. You're definitely on the right path. You're almost there. Keep going forward, but and your path is narrowing, right? So it's almost getting easier to follow. So that's what the 8 of Wands is indicating for us. So keep going. Remain mindfulness. Remain mindful of things. Keep your eye on the prize. Keep going forward. So this is really, all the 8s are about that, right? But it's also that infinity kind of thing. So you start here, and you put you research the thing, and then you put the thing into motion, and then things are going great, and then you're at the point where it's like, okay, now you're starting to reevaluate, and you're reevaluating things to start your journey again. So you're on that infinity thing. 8 of Cups. 8 of Cups. Indeed. It's about moving on, right? Leaving some of your emotions behind and journeying forward. It's following a new emotion. The moon is taking over now, right? The moon being of water, being, the goddess of emotions kind of thing, controlling. So maybe we leave our old emotions behind and we move forward. We've emptied our cups and we move forward. And that's what it's about. It's about leaving those old emotions behind and moving forward. So it's a very it's a tough card sometimes when it comes up in a reading about relationships or something like that, or but it can be a very positive card too, because change is good, right? And change again, it's never ending change kind of thing. And then we get into Eight of Swords, which is just I love this card, even though it's very scary when you see it and you think about it, and it can mean isolation, it can mean entrapment, gaslighting. You can, when you're stuck in the middle of those swords and you're bound, it's terrifying. But the good thing about that is that if you use your logic, if you think about things, you'll find that the binding isn't that tight, and if you just position yourself correctly, you can break free of the bindings, and then you can pull your blindfold off and realize that all you have to do is step forward or backwards. The traditional Eight of Swords, the only escape is to go backwards, but in this one, they can move forward or they can move backwards. They just need to shake themselves of their own bindings, or the bindings of another, by using their deduction and their logic and their sense, and you can get yourself out of that position and go and move forward or backward if the case may be. But you just need to change your perception and just rid yourself of that stuff and move forward.
Good. Okay, that is a good card.
Right? So, Eight of Swords, just looking at the symbology and stuff, and 8 is that never-ending cycle. You're not trapped; things will come around again, kind of thing. It's just think of it, and you can get out of it. 8 of Cups is leaving stuff behind and starting the loop again, kind of thing. And the 8 of Wands is you're coming up on that other end of the loop, and it's perfect. And the 8 of Pentacles is let's go, keep going. You're almost there, kind of thing. But we're getting close to the end of the Fool's journey here, kind of thing. So, right? It's good.
Awesome. Yeah.
Great.
All right, now, woohoo! 9 of Pentacles. That is an awesome card. So, 8 was well, some people, it can be chance, but it's about change. It's about cycles, kind of thing. 9 is fruition, right? Everything's coming up finally, right? So now you're starting to see, were my crops successful, right? 9 of Pentacles, and generally it is, kind of thing. 9 of Pentacles comes into reading, and it's a beautiful card. It's like success, right? It's beautiful. It's stepping into your own power, right? Everything comes together. Your planning, your investments, your budgets, your hard work. It's a bumper crop, and you're reaping the rewards. So that's your 9 of Pentacles, right? And 9s, of course, everything comes to fruition at 9, because 9 is, the length of time that we're pregnant for. And we give birth after 9 months. So everything comes to fruition. 3 times 3 is 9, right? 3 doubled is 6, plus 3 is 9. So everything leads up to 9. So 9 is that completion phase. It's that 3, 6, 9. Working together, charity, giving back, and then 9 is reaping the rewards of your charity. So this is also tying into the threefold law, which is a thing, but in that 3 begat, and what you gave in the 6 of Pentacles comes back to you in the 9 of Pentacles, threefold, 3 times over, right?
Okay.
The workshop, the cooperation, coming together way back then is, wow, giving you this beautiful reward now, kind of thing. So that foresight and working hard and everything is producing something beautiful with the Nine of Pentacles. Nine of Wands. Nine of Wands. Nine of Wands is resilience. Okay, it's you stood your ground, right? You followed your path, and now it's like, dang, you're almost there. You're almost there. Just stick at it. Lean on that. Lean on your staff, and keep pushing. Keep working. Right. Nine of Wands is kind of like the Eight of Pentacles, but with that wand, immediate now kind of thing. Okay. So lean on that staff a little more. Keep going. You're almost there. Nine of Cups. It's fulfillment. Again, we're working on that that whole thing of 3, 6, 9. Nine of Cups is you're emotionally fulfilled. Everything is good again, right? It's beautiful. All your cups are full, right? This is emotional success. You've grown up. You're more in control of your emotions, and you know what you want. It could be a sign that you're ready to settle down now. You've worked on yourself. You've worked on your emotions. You can deal with shit. It's a beautiful card, right? It's full of potential. It's fruition, right? It's fulfillment. That's the Nine of Cups. Nine of Swords. Yikes. Remember the 4, and we weren't getting enough rest, and then and the 8, we created our own trap, and if we didn't take off the blindfold, we end up with the 9 of Swords, right? And 9 of Swords is anxiety, depression. When you're laying down in bed, these are the thoughts that keep you from sleeping. These are the thoughts of insomnia. This is what's keeping you awake at night. The crushing weight of those maddening thoughts. And those maddening thoughts are anxiety, right? Anxiety causes those thoughts that prevent us from getting any rest. And I know I'm touching a lot of sore spots with people, but that's what this card is about, right? And it's our thoughts out of control, right? And they're weighing on us, and they're keeping, and they're not sticking into us, but they're weighing on us. An average long sword is a very heavy thing, right? The broadsword, you have to be pretty strong to wield a broadsword. And if you have 9 of them leaning on you, you're going to feel that weight, right? The weight of your thoughts, right? Those nagging thoughts, because you didn't rest enough, you didn't put them to sleep, you didn't deal with them when there were less of them, and now it's there. Or sometimes, no fault of your own, anxiety's a real pain, right? And sometimes you can't deal with it, and you have to find outside help to deal with it. So 9 of Swords, so the 3, the pain of 3, and maybe didn't reconcile as you should have in the 6, or some of those swords, fell out of the boat, and now you're feeling the weight of that. So 3 times 3 is 9. That pain, you didn't deal with it. Now it's become a problem with you. Or you couldn't deal with it, and it's developed into anxiety. But this is a rough card. So the last few cards of Swords are, I don't like them. 8, 9, 10 of Swords is like, yeah, the journey is not going well. Let's put it to you that way. All right. These other cards, 9 of Pentacles already, it's like beautiful. Everything's coming up roses. It's great. And the 9 of Cups is, yes, I'm secure. I feel good. Work on myself is proven happy and healthy. And the 9 of Wands is like, yeah, I still got to keep going, but boy, I can do it now, because I've got a whole bag of nine wands that I can use. I got an entire 9-iron golf set, and I'm ready to play some golf, right? That's your 9, right? But ooh, that Nine of Swords is tough. That Nine of Swords is tough. And then we get into the 10. 10 of things. The 10 of things. Beautiful.
Oh man.
All of the tens.
End of the
Actually, all the
road.
tens.
End of the road. It's beautiful, right? Completion. We're there. We're done. It's ended. And the Ten of Pentacles is a beautiful card, right? Ten of Pentacles is culmination. It's happy families. It's retirement. It's I've got the grandkids now, and the dogs are at peace. And in this setup, it's kind of like the Tree of Life, and we've done all our work, and we've completed our journey, and everything is good. Ten of Pentacles. Our investments have come full circle, kind of thing, and we can be happy again, right? And it's comforting. We're good. Ten of Wands is at well, woof. You can see your in a more traditional card, it's a castle off in the distance, and a guy's got, the guy from the Led Zeppelin album is sitting there with the sticks, the Led Zeppelin 4, and he's carrying the sticks, because collecting sticks was a big deal way back when, because
I still collect sticks. It's still a big deal to me.
sticks is cool.
Big fan.
Sticks, you're making wands and stuff like that, but sticks, you collected sticks to make fire, kind of thing, because you couldn't afford wood, because you lived on land where the gentry, the lords and ladies owned the forest, and you could get killed for chopping down a tree, so you went out and scavenged fucking sticks to heat your house in the wintertime, right? So that's why you see those old guys bent over carrying their sticks, but it's also the symbol of the end of the journey and how weary you are. It gets harder every day, kind of thing, and this is what the Ten of Wands is about, right? And you have a choice here with the Ten of Wands, just like the 5 is a choice card, the 10 is a choice card too, right? Ten of Pentacles is a beautiful thing. It's choice. Do I retire? Do I keep going? Do I how, which of these dogs do I love more? I mean, it's choices. It's the choice of leisure life, right? Ten of Wands is like, okay, I'm right there at the end of this thing, but god damn, these sticks are heavy. What do I do? Do I carry all 10 sticks on my back and keep trudging forward painfully, or do I lay my sticks down and take them one by one to the goal line? That's your choice there, right? Do I make life hard for myself, or do I make life easy for myself? But you're still going to be doing, right? Either way, it's going to be a hard thing, or it's going to be easier, but a number of trips. It's like, when you get home from the grocery store and you've got like 10 bags of groceries in your car, and you try like hell to do it all in one trip, right?
Totally.
You load up your arm.
You probably don't need to.
But if you just went one by one, it would take longer, but you'd be a lot less tired, or the bag wouldn't rip, you wouldn't drop your eggs, and and break your eggs on the staircase, and kind of thing. So, do you lay your sticks down, or do you keep going forward? Right, that's the choice you have to make there. Ten of Cups. Another beautiful, beautiful thing. It can be. It can announce. It can announce marriage. It can announce happy families. It can announce all sorts of good things. Usually, it's family, marriage, fulfillment, true emotional fulfillment, love. Everything is rainbows. It's a beautiful card. It's a great card to get in a reading. And again, it's about completion and just joyful, emotions. Terrific card. And then it's your choice, family or not, how many kids, where do we live, that kind of a thing, right? Kind of thing. If kids is your thing, if kids isn't your thing, then you choose not to have kids, but you can still have a fucking happy, fulfilling, gorgeous life, right? In fact, if I don't have a better life than that, anyway, that's my opinion. But there you go. So that's your Ten of Cups, right?
I like the Ten of Cups.
Yeah, Ten of Cups is great. Ten of Swords, not so great. Okay, there's a little joke card that comes with this deck, right? And it's a meme.
Oh,
So
really?
you can use the Ten of Swords, or you can use the Everything is Fine card. Everything is fine. It's the dog drinking coffee in a burning house, right? Everything is fine. This is fine.
Sure.
This is fine, right? It's not fine. Ten of Swords is end of the road. You've been stabbed now. Now the swords are in you. Hmm? You didn't go and get help to deal with your anxiety, or it just overwhelmed you before you could. Um, it's just defeat and the end of the road. Um, it is a sad card. This is probably the worst card in the deck, as far as I'm concerned. Yep, worse than the devil, worse than the tower, worse than death. It's and none of those are really bad. When you get right down to it, well, maybe the tower, but ooh, Ten of Swords there. Oof, yikes.
And that was
Yeah,
the one when you did me and Dusty's readings on your stream. We both pulled Ten of Swords.
but I believe it was reversed, was it not? And the Ten of
No,
Swords. No, well,
they were not reversed, but it's okay because I think we understood
yeah, yeah, but it's
what we have to do to avoid hitting that.
exactly. So it's not. I mean, like I'm hamming it up there a little bit for the meaning of it, because it's like I say, depending on your reading, things can be, you know, depending on what card is like to the left or right of it, will change things drastically, kind of thing, right?
Totally.
But because the cards tell a story, but in this story, purely in this story, the Ten of Swords is the end of the road, kind of thing. It's like, your journey is over, and there you go. I mean, you can try to fix things, you can ignore the pain, but really, it's like, yeah, this is it.
You failed.
Well, not failed, but just start over again, because it's like, yeah, not great, kind of thing. And this is depression, and it's a rough card. It's a rough card, but again, it all depends on what's on either side of it when you're doing a reading. If I did like a single card and I pulled it up, I'd be like, okay. You're getting to the end of things, definitely, well, you're really tired, or you're at the end of the road, or well, you feel like you've been betrayed by something, or something is going to, not turn out well, kind of thing. And then, I might pull another card or something like that, just to get a little bit more detail, kind of thing. But straight up like that, I'd be like, yeah, okay, well, you want to take a look at things, and to see what might be, what's coming to completion in your life, and do you want that thing to end? And if not, what can you do now to change the outcome? Would be my advice there, kind of thing.
Okay.
Good.
Yes.
Okie dokie. So, I knew I was going to get way too deep and go way too long. I knew it. Dang it.
I'm really enjoying it, though.
Yeah, that's great.
Just so you know.
Okay, as long as you enjoy it, and I'm not putting
I
everybody in
really
chat.
am. No, this is
In
this
chat
is
is
No, this
fantastic.
is great.
No,
because the
we've
chat
got
is
20 people
yeah,
watching
okay.
and engaged
Yeah.
right now, so it's great.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody's just taking notes like we are.
Good. I'm just hydrating right now, because my throat is like going. I'm throat. It's way too dry.
Yes,
in this room.
hydrate.
Yeah.
I'll hydrate with you.
Yeah, hydration break.
Go. Yep.
I need a humidifier in here, kind of thing. But I worry about the electronics, so I'll have to figure something out. But yeah, it's a very thirst-provoking room.
I love Uncle Scar says, I'm a little lost because I missed the beginning, but I'm scared of the nines.
The nines are
Hi,
great.
Kelly.
Kylie, good night to you. Thanks
Nines
for
are great.
hanging out with us.
Kelly. We love you.
Uh,
We're glad that you were here. We'll see you soon.
Good night, Callie. Hopefully, we see you in our stream tomorrow night. And thank you for coming over here and supporting our friends Dusty and Sammy and stuff.
Yeah, thank you so much.
For real, I love
So
that
happy you're
Kelly's
here.
part of our family now. It's so awesome.
I appreciate that. It's very cool. So good night, and yeah, sleep tight. Okay. So, excuse me. I'm drinking Perrier, and Perrier has a tendency to make me burp a little.
Oh, Perrier. So fancy.
It's okay. I'm drinking Beerie and it does the same thing.
Very, I like that. That's funny. So now we fall into our court cards. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Okay, and the general belief is, the traditional interpretation of the court cards. So we deal with the Fool's Journey. 1 through 10 is our day-to-day minutia, muggle life kind of things to deal with. Yes, see you tomorrow, Kelly Eve. So, the minutia, the day-to-day stuff. Traditionally, it is believed that the court cards are people in our life, right? Okay, bringing stuff to us, kind of thing, or coming into our life. They represent us. They represent our anima, or our animus. They represent various archetypes. They can represent lovers. They can represent family members. They can represent all sorts of people. But these are the people in our neighborhood, to quote a famous song.
These are the people in the neighborhood.
Exactly. And so these are kind of the influences. So this is kind of bridging that gap between the major arcana and our lower cards, our minor arcana, and the journey. So the pages are messengers. They bring news, or they bring ideas, or they present us with new things. Okay. So the overall theme of the pages is messages. So, but before I get carried away here, chat. Did you enjoy the explanation of the minor arcana and the numbers? And do you find that it might be easier to remember what the cards mean? Now, I know I overwhelmed you with a lot of stuff, but essentially, the secret, okay, is to remember the elemental associations of each suit, and then that the journey from start to finish, with the restarting on the 6, right? So the journey 1 through 5, and then 6 to 10, right? And how the journey is all about promise and new beginnings at the start, and then in the middle we kind of deal with issues, and then towards the end it's about completion, and either it's successful and beautiful, like Pentacles and Cups. Sometimes it's a little harder, like Wands, and sometimes it just doesn't end well, with like the Swords. Okay.
I thought it was an amazing explanation, and it definitely gives me a lot more structure to work with.
Yeah,
So
that was
that-
great.
It
I
was
was able
awesome.
to pull it
That's
out,
our start.
all
Yeah.
of it. So it gives me
Cool.
a great simplistic
Cool.
story.
Yeah, I'm taking a bunch of notes here, man.
Excellent. Yep.
Real quick, whenever you said that, so the court cards are like people in our lives or possibly us. The numbers, you said they're like the day-to-day minutia, just like would you
The
call
numbers,
them just like
yeah.
the events in our lives?
Yeah, the events in our lives, what's going on, what's troubling us, or what's coming, kind of thing. So like when we pull the budgeting card, like the 4 of Pentacles, it's like, watch your budgets. Are you having one? What's this person going to be like? Well, they're budgeters, or they're spendthrifts, or maybe they spend too much, kind of thing, or what's his job going to be like? And you pull the 8 of Pentacles, it's going to be like, well, it's going to be a job that has a lot of detail, a lot of minutia, a lot of little things to worry about or work on, kind of thing. And, so that's what those cards are. It's that day-to-day thing, kind of thing. New influences, new journeys, new ideas, new love interests, new headaches, new knowledge, kind of thing. All right. So that's why it's the day-to-day stuff, and then we get into the court, which represents people and stuff like that. And then when we get into our arcana, then it's a lot of inner stuff. Okay, but we'll get to that in a second. So pages are the apprentice to the night, but they bring the news. They're youthful, and they bring new things to us, right? So, Page of Pentacles pops up, probably a new job, right? Don't forget it's finances, career, earthly things, earthly needs, right? New medication, maybe. If sometimes I do readings about health kind of thing. I work very hard to be ethical with it, and I'm not a doctor, and if I read for you a health question, it's because you are seeing a doctor and you are taking your medicine and you're doing the whole fucking thing. This is just to help you, guide you, right?
Good.
Okay.
I like that.
I'm not and if I deal with your emotions or anything like that, we get into something heavy like that. Again, I am not a psychologist. I'm not a counselor. I do not pretend to be one. All I'm doing is saying, okay, this is what these cards are saying. Now go get some help. This is what you can work on by yourself. Go get some help. It's like any good holistic medicine, any good holistic practitioner will do the same thing too, right? The ones who say, stop taking your meds and just do what I tell you, fucking get out of there. I'm sorry. That's my opinion. Okay?
Yeah, for sure.
Take the
Red
meds.
flags.
Trust the science. Do the thing.
Yeah.
But it doesn't hurt. Reiki doesn't hurt anybody. I'm a Reiki practitioner too. Little known fact. So I do Reiki, right? But I don't do it. I never tell anybody this is going to, you don't need to take those meds anymore. The Reiki's going to cure everything. It doesn't, right? It can help. It doesn't hurt to try because it's non-invasive and it doesn't hurt. And you're going to feel that energy and it will help you. But, not as much as the medicine's going to help you, or the surgery kind of thing. I can do all the fucking magic spells I want. I lost over 200 pounds because I got bariatric surgery. Okay, so that's my advice, right?
That's good advice.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I will do health readings, and so if this comes up, I might say, well, there's new medication or something. This is new opportunity, new riches, new, because it's earth and stuff like that. So it's a new treatment or something like that. Okay, so that's pentacles, right? Wands. Messenger comes in. She's carrying a brand new stick for you, brand new wand, right? Full of enthusiasm because it's new and it's let's go. It's energy. It's like, woo. So, bringing new enthusiasm to a party kind of thing, right? So this is that youthful energy, and these are all the pages are youth, right? The princess, the princesses, the pages, their invigoration, their inspiration, their muses, their that vitality, that great energy. So when a page of wands pops into things, it's enthusiasm and it's motivation. It's hang on a second here. It's new knowledge kind of thing. Okay. Which brings us to the Page of Swords, which is actually new knowledge. But it can come with a bit of danger. Again, frickin' swords, right? Because a sword, especially the broadsword, cuts on both sides, always, right? So it's new information, but is it good information or bad information? What do people know? This Page of Sword is kind of like, is she going to swing that, cut you down or not? Will she let you pass unscathed or not? Right? Is this new knowledge going to be useful or not? Is it, am I in the wrong Facebook algorithm? Am I getting? Did I watch a YouTube video that was about something I didn't think it was, and now all of a sudden I'm getting all the crazy, corny, stupid stuff, right? That's the algorithm. Which are you going to go left or right? Right? If you go left, are you gonna survive, or if you go right, you're gonna get cut down? Okay, that's that knowledge. Because some knowledge is dangerous, right? Some knowledge is good, some knowledge is dangerous, and sometimes a little too much knowledge is dangerous, sometimes a little too little knowledge is dangerous,
Okay.
right? So that's the Page of Swords. It's that new knowledge. Is this good or not? Is this gossip or fact? Right? And Page of Cups again. Page of Cups. Page of Cups is synchronicity, serendipity. Is there another S word I can use? Probably not. Um, Simpatico. There we go.
Perfect.
So here we go. Page of Cups is that beautiful. Everything's syncing up. It's great. Again, a new love interest. All right. New friendship. Right. A new artistic partner. A new collaborator. Page of Cups is all those things, right? So if that pops up, then well, it could be this person, it could be that person. Sometimes it's people, sometimes it's just the message, right? Again, that's your intuition that's going to decide that for you, right? When you're reading, your intuition or your connection, however you interpret the symbols, what else is on the cards, what cards are to the left or right, what story does it tell? All these things come into play, but if we strip everything down, we look at just the basic traditional symbology of the card, the meaning of the card, this is what we're looking at, kind of thing. New wealth, new opportunities, new enthusiasm, fresh, fire, reignition of passions, reignition of emotion, new interest, new love, new relationships, and this is knowledge, good or bad.
Ooh, those
Right?
are good. Ooh, I like the pages.
So there's our pages. Oh, and then we get into the Knights. Right? The Knights. I like saying Knights.
I like it too.
Knights. Well, let's apply what we've learned. Pentacles are going to be about wealth or health, physical, slower kind of thing. So the Knight of Pentacles, right, is routine. It's about doing your basic things every day, right? Following that routine. Is routine good or bad for you? Some of us love routine, some of us can't bore routine. Routine is that dirty R word, right?
I don't like it. I don't like
Yeah,
routine though.
nobody likes routine, but there's routine in your day. Whether you can say I don't like it, but you wake up and you reach for your coffee, right? You need a coffee right away, or maybe even every little thing is a routine. You're going to get out of bed the same way every day, whether you realize it or not, kind of thing. You're going to there's a couple of things you're going to do right off the bat, first thing when you wake up. You stretch, maybe pat the dog,
Sure. So there's the little routines that.
push
There's
push the
routine
cat
And
off
a
your
lack
feet.
of
Yeah,
routines.
exactly. So it's routine. So Knight of Pentacles is routine. If okay, who am I going to meet? And Knight of Pentacles pops in. You're going to go, well, this person is set in their ways. They like routine. They're stuck. They're very steady, good income. Blah blah blah. I can go on forever, right? Depending on what and I see it. But then when I'm reading, I'm going to be really tapping. There, I'm just rattling shit off. But if I was reading with someone, I would be tapped into something, and I would be able to say, okay, well, this person might be this, that, or the other thing, right? I'm getting this feeling.
Okay.
Or what's this new job going to be like? Oh, well, this new job is going to be pretty routine. It's going to be pretty easy. It's going to be good. It's well paid, and no headaches, kind of thing. It's a routine kind of job, right? Garbage collector or something like that. You get paid well. Routine's the same. You're literally on a route. If you're a bus driver, you're literally on a route, but you're getting paid well. Well, I think most of the time. They used to get paid well anyway. right? So there's our routine. Knight of Pentacles, Knight of Wands. Now this is the guy or girl that passion, right? Everything they do is with passion, and it's drive, and it's huzzah. This knight is sitting there looking at his pentacle, going ooh like this, and this guy has got his quarterstaff, and his horse is rearing up, and he's charging into battle. Let's go. Let's get the thing done. Rock and roll, right? Let's go, right? This is that emotion you get before you take the stage. That emotion you get before you hit, start the stream. This is go. Let's go. Rock and roll. You're hyped up before a show. You're hyped up to be in the audience. You're raring to go. It's that's that energy, that beautiful, fiery passion and energy. No, it's a great card. It's like, yes, if this is representing a person in your life, it's that person who's going to bring that emotion in for you, right? Who's going to reignite your passions? Who's going to come in and sweep you off your feet, maybe, or maybe it's just wow. It's going to be an incredible affair. It's going to be a real dynamic business partner, full of fresh ideas and go get 'em attitude, and it's all those things, right? Within a relationship, it's going to be that person kind of thing, a mentor who's going to take you to the next level, that kind of stuff. It's action. So again, Pentacles is kind of like stopping and we don't divert from the plan too much. Take our time. Hey, Mr. Ed. Boy, am I old, Mr. Ed. For fuck's sakes.
Yeah.
All right. All the kids in the chat are going, Mr. Ed. Mr. Ed? What?
Yeah.
And I mean, Mr. Ed was, I didn't see the original shows. I'm not that old, but, it was on after school on a couple of stations,
I always saw the reruns for sure.
Exactly. So, yeah, Mr. Ed, the talking horse. That's right. Knight of Wands is like, let's go. This is rock and roll. This is that guy who drives a Lamborghini in the YouTube short, comes out and says, do you know how much money I made last week? I made $100,000 selling shit on fucking Amazon, and you can too. That's this guy.
Totally. Okay.
Right? You've seen those.
I like it.
All right. The Knight of Cups. Knight of Cups. Gentle horse. Dancing horse. This is a war horse. Knight of Wands is on a war horse, and Knight of Pentacles is on a race horse that's kind of just chilling, waiting for the bell to go off at the gate, kind of thing, right? And the Knight of Cups is on a dancing horse, a prancing horse, parade horse. Beautiful horse, because the Knight of Cups is romance, right? So if I'm reading and I'm reading for somebody, and what kind of person is coming into my life, and romantic, right? And there's romance coming. There's new love interest. There's a honeymoon period. It's roses, and it's a very, very heady, emotional time, but a good emotions kind of thing, right?
Okay.
So it can represent that, but typically if it's a person, we're talking about a romantic interest for sure, kind of thing coming into your life, or more, like I say, it's about that fulfillment of emotion, of love, of it's just romance, it's fantasy, it's it's all those things is what this person is going to bring you, right? But again, would I always read it like that? It could be about journeys. All these things are all on horses. It's all roads. So it could be new emotions. It could be a secret thing. It could be a secret with somebody else. Kind of thing. Doesn't necessarily have to mean romance, but traditionally speaking, it would be romance kind of thing. All right. The Knight of Swords. Oh dear, swords. It's not that bad, although it's haste. So if somebody comes along and says, that person's a Knight of Swords, well, that person is somebody who does things without much foresight or planning, rushing into thing all the time, racing from one thing to another. So sometimes they will win and sometimes they will lose, right? Because they're just rushing into things always, right? Sometimes they fall flat in the face, but sometimes they're cool too, right? They're all right with that, right? My Knight of Chalices had a big gold cup and he was riding a dolphin. Big,
I like
big,
that.
big gold cup. All right. Knight of Swords. Yeah. Rushing into things, no planning or foresight. No, this is bad news. Well, it's not bad news. Like I say, it can go either way, right? It's air. Again, it's chaos. It can be good, it can be bad. We don't know until we're reading it. We see what's on either side, and we tap into our intuition. But straight up, pure card reading like that, it's going to be very, well, we don't know, kind of thing, right? But it is haste. It's somebody who rushes in, kind of thing. So is it going to be good or bad? Oh, I don't know. If you listen to your intuition, you're gonna kind of get an inkling, kind of thing. And that's what the difference is between somebody who reads just out of the book or somebody who can read from the book. You use the symbolism, use the art in the card, and tap into ancestors or guides or their own intuition, kind of thing, that are going to get that answer, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So does that
I'm
make sense?
enjoying reading along in this zombie deck that I've got with
Yeah.
what you're saying. Like I'm following
Okay.
along in the book to kind of see what the correlations are.
Yeah.
And in the Knight of Swords, so it's like a soldier guy like in a tank, and like he's got all these guns and everything just blazing, and he's just running over all the zombies. But it lists him as it says either brave, ego, and a lack of emotion. So like you were saying, like it could be good, it could be bad. Like it could be headstrong and just doing it no matter what, but it could also be a lack of emotion and end up
Right.
being a negative
Right.
thing. But the description of it, I really like. They're real short. It just says, the warrior of the tarot, the Knight of Swords, rushes in and doesn't necessarily worry about the details. Who cares if a few innocent bystanders are squished along the way? Cunning, cocksure, and strategic, this knight won't let anyone stop him. His enthusiasm for getting the job done will leave you breathless, but don't be surprised if you find yourself cleaning up the carnage. So it's like
That's
I
a
like
cool
that
way to put that.
it puts
Yeah.
it into words as far as like a zombie battle would go. But I can see in that one what you're saying about that could either be positive or negative.
Actually,
That's
absolutely,
interesting.
because they're going in without any plan. So taking that thing, they're in a tank, right, and they're driving into the horde and they're blasting away. What happens when they run out of ammunition, or
Yeah,
they run out of gas, and now they're surrounded by the zombie horde? But they weren't
yeah,
thinking about that before. They were just in a tank.
yeah,
They were having fun running over all the zombies and firing at will, but they're stuck. Now what
yeah.
happens?
And they're alone. They left everybody else behind because they were just ready to go. You know,
Right.
so enthusiastic, but maybe a little too
Exactly.
enthusiastic.
Exactly. Too enthusiastic, not thinking. It's got a real youthful vibe to it, but it's still not. Yeah. So that's somebody. I mean, maybe you like that. Maybe you need that chaos. Maybe you need that crazy energy. That unpredictability. But be aware that it comes with the consequences of that, right?
Yeah,
Sure.
Queen of Pentacles. Now the queens. Ah, yes, the queens. Yeah, I love the queens. Queens are, they can be, so pages are messages. Knights are in motion. Queens bring creativity, right? Genesis. Don't forget that, when the cards were created, again, it's very masculine, feminine kind of roles, and women are always creative because they give birth, they create life. So they are Genesis, they are creation, creatrix, whatever you want to call it, right? So the Queen of Pentacles, when we see Queen of Pentacles, right, that is for sure abundance, creativity, fertility, Mother Nature. Here we have the Queen of Pentacles, and on this particular card, there's a bunny. And what are bunnies symbolic of? Fertility, right? ancient pagan symbology there, and just plain old general knowledge that bunnies, procreate and make a lot. Two bunnies make like 8 bunnies, and 8 bunnies make 16 bunnies, and 16 bunnies, for generations down. So bunnies are rabbits. Why do I sound like a 12-year-old? Bunnies,
I like. I call them
rabbits,
bunnies
Sure, I like
too.
bunnies.
I like bunnies.
buns.
We call them buns. And
So
buns.
yeah, so Queen of Pentacles is creativity and abundance. So again, it's wealthy. It's somebody who's totally secure and well off, and it can be motherhood. Somebody, like, oh, this person's in your life, and you're gonna have a lot of kids, or they're wealthy. They're bringing a lot of stuff into it, and again, you can read it. For a man, a man would be, bringing a lot of wealth to the table, or be very virile, and able to create a lot of kids himself. And, there's all that kind of energy there. That the basic energy is in that card. It can be applied masculine or feminine. It doesn't matter. Okay, you can read it
Okay.
that way. Okay. We'll get back to this because the Queen of Wands I really enjoy. Queen of Cups. Queen of Cups is, again, mother energy, right? She's it's nurturing, or he's nurturing. So it can be a guy with a lot of nurturing energy, a teacher, a chef, that kind of thing. But, traditionally it's motherhood, it's nurture, it's caring. I always read the king and queens as being fully in charge of their emotions. So she's, reigning over her emotions. She's got it in her cup, but she's staring into it. She's crying. She's reading the emotions. So she's somebody who's the Queen of Cups is very good at reading emotions. Very good at very quick to pick up. They might be empathetic or empathic. I'm pathetic. They're empathic. So that's what's going on there. So that person is an empath. They can pick up on feelings. They can read a crowd. They can read people very easily. They might be a psychic. They might be a tarot reader. They might be all sorts of things. So that is that Queen of Cup energy, right? In tune with your emotions. You're the one who helps people deal with theirs. So that's that Queen of Cup energy. Queen of Swords. Queen of Swords. Okay. Very astute. Able to see right through your bullshit. Knows what's right and what's wrong. She, it's like, we remember the two who had the swords like this and, could cut, make that decision, take off the blindfold kind of thing, a form of justice, a sort of choice making. Same thing with the Queen of Swords, right? Except she's only got one sword because that's all she needs, because she can tell if you're, she's going to, astute, a detective, somebody good at gaming, somebody good at problem solving, mathematician, professor, high intelligence, quick, relies on logic more than emotion for their decisions in life. The list goes on and on. You can read for hours, but again, I'm just rallying off potentials. It will always depend on what you're picking up, what your guides are telling you, etc., etc. I've said it a million times tonight. What your intuition, guides, ancestors are feeding you, what you're feeling, what cards surround it, kind of thing. So but traditionally Queen of Swords is somebody who's very astute and quick to judge and using only logic and thought for judgment, which can be a good thing and a bad thing. That's when we get into that whole argument we had earlier about being cold, right?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So that's our Queen of Swords. Queen of Wands. Queen of Wands is vibrancy. Wow. Queen of Wands is it's that really handsome debonair dude, or that really amazing, beautiful woman who walks into a place and like everybody's like, "Whoa," you know. It takes all the attention. Is I mean, her wand's on fire. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's she's got the sunflower, which is again sun and fire, and it's beautiful, and the cat is there, and her familiar is a cat. You can say here that the familiar here for the queen is the bunny, the familiar here is the cat. So you think feline kind of. Here we actually see there's a mermaid on her chair. There's a shellfish. So we're talking about sea creatures and stuff like that. And here there's a bird in the in the background kind of thing, and birds and butterflies on her throne kind of thing. Here she's actually got a goat. So earthly pleasures, physical pleasures. This is more seduction kind of feline. This is all about emotions, and this is again transformation, knowledge, flight, air kind of thing. So
Okay, that was
yeah,
good.
Mm-hmm.
so
Queens are
this is
cool.
yeah, queens are cool, and Queen of Wands is probably like that, you know Scarlett Johansson kind of, I don't know, Matthew
Captivating
McConaughey kind
beauty.
of, exactly, right, kind of all right kind of guy, you know what I'm saying? I'm driving a Lincoln kind of dude. All right, next. Driving a Lincoln, thinking real deep thoughts. All right,
Yeah.
and finally the Kings. God dang it, the Kings,
All right.
the Kings. So what are we doing? So the King of Pentacles, man. That is the ultimate. We got that Taurus energy. We got that bull market kind of thing. That's why they call it a bull market. When the market is doing well, he's in large and in charge. He's wealthy, and he knows it, but he doesn't flaunt it. But he's sitting on a gold throne, so yeah, yeah. Yeah, this is security rich, so it's like a King of Pentacles comes into your life, into your reading. Of course, traditionally it's going to be a masculine energy, or it could be a woman with very masculine energy, or presenting as a male, whatever. It's got that energy, and it's security, it's marriage, it's wealthy, it's somebody who's well-to-do, debonair, solid. Boom. That's our King of Pentacles, right?
Okay, pretty straightforward, yeah.
Yeah. And then we get into King of Wands. The King of Wands is about vision, and the whole thing is vision, seeing clearer, seeing, and the King of Wands definitely can see through things, has foresight, gets things done because he can visualize the ending already. So that's our King of Wands. Straightforward,
Okay.
thinking ahead, boom, kind of thing. King of Wands energy. King of Swords. King of Swords.
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 King
May
of
the swords be
Swords.
with you.
Swords. King of Swords is truth, straight up truth. He thinks with, he seeks the truth. He transforms lies to truth. He can be a little cold. That's why he's in a winter scene here, or they're in a winter scene. That's the King of Swords. wielding that sword of knowledge that cuts both ways, because the truth is good, and the truth can hurt, right? As we saw back in the three of swords, right? And don't forget that the king is kind of like, traditionally a king is equal to I was going to say 12, but it's multiples of stuff again. So it's that truth that will come out. So the person who King of Swords would be honest to a fault. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. Believe me.
And does this do I look fat in this shirt? Yes. They're
So
going to be
maybe a
blunt.
lack of tact
Lack
or
attack,
blunt
maybe
lack
no,
of tact.
but that's what's going on with this king. This king is truth. It's he's yeah, maybe, yeah, logical, a bit dry. Yeah, that's our king. Our King of Cups, man. King of Cups is emotional self-control. The Fisher King, if you're looking for a hero kind of person to connect it to. King Arthur, and the Holy Grail. This is the guy. Kind of emotions, in charge of his emotions, able to think clearly, does what makes them happy, kind of thing. Definitely, large and in charge. He can be hiding things though sometimes. The King of Cups, he can definitely be hiding things. So that is something to consider.
Okay.
The King of Cups. So there we are. That's our kings. So king of wealth and physical needs and foundation. So solid provider. King of Wands is visionary, a doer, gets the job done no matter what. Fiery, passionate. Boom. King of Cups is that in charge of emotions, can maybe a little sneaky, can hide stuff, but ultimately, somebody who's just, life is good. And King of Swords, again, logic, truth to a fault, and those are our kings. The end of our court cards.
Oh man, that was so cool. I really enjoyed learning about the court cards.
Yeah, that was super cool.
Not bad, huh? Now I have a
Yeah.
bit of a
Way to all that down.
bit of a suggestion, maybe a deal for you, if you will,
Okay.
because it's 2:30. I work tomorrow, and I'm still combating the vaccine, and I'm getting real tired. I'm running out of energy.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, that's totally
Yeah.
fair.
We have the entire major arcana to go through. So what if I was to, and I'm inviting myself back onto your stream.
You're always welcome back. Always.
If you don't have anything planned for next Wednesday, what if I was to come on next Wednesday and we did the major arcana?
I think
Would
that
that
would
be
be
cool?
fantastic. Yes.
Would that be cool
I
for you
think
guys?
that
And
would
then
be
yeah,
wonderful.
and then we can splice the two together for your YouTube channel, kind of thing. Because I mean, we've been talking for
I love
three
that.
hours already.
Actually, it's 4 because we started at
Yeah.
Oh
7:30,
my
8, 9,
God!
10, 11. Yeah.
3
I knew
hours
I
and
was gonna
53
fucking go
minutes.
too long. I knew it. I was like,
For
I get.
me, I am so happy that you went in depth and didn't just kind of skip over stuff.
Yeah.
I'm really enjoying this level of depth, and I would love to have you on next week to do the major
Okay,
arcana.
because
Yeah, and
that
honestly,
that
splitting it into two is probably pretty good because this is
yeah,
a lot to digest and a lot to sit and like work through. So
it's
this
a
is
lot.
all great.
It definitely is. And the Arcana, the major is, we get into some pretty heavy stuff. Although I'll try to keep it down to like maybe 2 hours. But
I'm down. I think that that sounds really, really good. We're
Yeah,
going to
that'd
be
be
I'm
in
awesome.
really
Texas next week, so we'll be streaming
okay.
from the
Okay.
road.
Yeah, we'll be
Okay.
abroad.
Well, If you can't do it this week, next week, but just let me know. Just send me a
No,
message or
I think
something. But I'm
let's do it. I'm
okay.
solid next Wednesday. We're gonna do it. I'll
Perfect.
have you on next Wednesday. So I think
Sounds good
that's
because
totally
I
As
really
great.
long as my
am.
family has a strong enough Wi-Fi signal for us to stream, we'll do it.
Yeah, just let me
That's
know.
true.
If not,
Yep.
and just double check. And
We'll go
if
sit
they
right
do,
next to the router.
Yeah.
there you go. There you go.
Yeah, that sounds
Uh,
great. This was so informative. Oh my
Yeah.
God, I can't believe I have like multiple pages. I have like 4 pages of notes here. And I feel like I have so much to work with. It's so many things that I did not
it,
know
it's a
or
lot,
understand at all.
and I'm not kidding when I would say I would probably go even deeper in the workshops. It's like I'm looking at, I'm thinking as I'm doing this, I'm going like my workshop would be like I really want to do this in an hour to an hour and a half, and I'm like going I could never do this in an hour and a half if I
No,
just stuck to
no.
my
Right.
fucking talking points. So I'm gonna have to reconsider some stuff. But yeah, I mean, if I,
Well, it's a good
you know,
test run for you, you know? Really.
if I wasn't so like all over the place with my stuff sometimes, I'd probably get shit done in the right amount of right frame of time. But
Well,
That's
you're gonna have
okay.
to do one class
but
on each suit.
Yeah,
well,
that's true. Yeah.
but that's what I do with the big class with the 12 week. So maybe I'd have to cut this down and just really do the real basic stuff in the hour long workshop, and then in 12 hours. I mean, in the 12 week one, boy, we get even deeper than that. I've been working with a fellow streamer, another streamer, a Flomi, by the name of Pineapple Hoops, who I've been doing the tarot thing with, and I've been basing what I would do the 12 week program on, and I basically we went 12 weeks to do this, what we just did tonight, but in way more detail. So it's like
That's
literally we would
awesome.
do half a suit a week. So we do card 1 through 5 of the wands, and then 5 through 10, and then the next week would be 5. And that was about an
That
hour
makes
or
sense.
so per class, kind of thing. And we went super deep, kind of thing. And I gave her notes, and she takes copious notes and stuff like that. So we worked our way all the way up the Fool's Journey through the Arcana, and then reversed everything. Came back the other way,
Oh, that's
and
pretty. All the
Okay.
reverses too.
yeah,
Totally.
it went pretty. We got pretty deep and crazy, and it was excellent. And then next, she's starting up with me again, and I'll be helping her with her intuition, which would be my next level of class, kind of thing. So, how
Sure.
to listen to your intuition, how to tie it closer to the cards, and then I would start teaching her how to open up to spirit guides, and I can walk her through that meditation and stuff like that, and meeting her spirit guides and ancestors and ancestor work, which is so important. And just I'm essentially she's going to be opening up to all this stuff, and her readings will get even better and better, kind of thing, right? So
Awesome.
that's the work. That's the idea. So, unfortunately, like I say, I have nothing up in the coffee yet, or the Ko-Fi. But because we say Wi-Fi, we don't say Wi-Fi. Do we say Wi-Fi?
It's true.
So that's why I
Oh,
say
that's funny.
Ko-Fi. But anyway, let's just say
I think it's
coffee.
cute. I
So
love it.
yeah, so that's the coffee deal, and yeah, so eventually I'll have everything up and running and prices, and I'm hoping to offer like 24-hour turnaround on a reading. And if you really need an answer right now, I'll offer a like a 1 hour turnaround, because some people like that, kind of thing. And
Yeah.
I'll do it, but
Yeah.
only so many a day, kind of thing. So
Sure.
that's the reading side
Awesome.
of it, and then of course I'll be doing you know, I'm hoping to do more with the classes because I just really want to teach people. I love teaching people. I love reading for people for sure, but if people listen to me when I'm reading, I'm always explaining everything and showing the basics, kind of thing. That's why I don't mind doing this and telling people the basics. And it's like when I used to repair computers for people. It's like you know uh, you know nothing scary in Windows is stupid easy. You just got to learn how to do a couple things, like and know when to format. Know when it's like, what, back up your data and let's reformat this thing because there's just way too much shit going on. Of course, now it's all different kind of thing, but really, computers are not scary. Building your own computer, fixing your own computer, all that stuff. It's
I'm
like
terrified.
there's nothing you
I'm
you can
terrified.
screw up that you can't go back and fix, right? So it's just a question of learning it, and it's the same thing with the tarot. You can learn to read for yourself, and it will change your life, literally, right? It will bring a lot of enlightenment to your life and comfort and guidance and maybe a little faith, maybe a little spirituality, which is never a bad thing either, kind of thing. So
Sure. Absolutely.
yeah, that's what I hope to do for people, and that's what you can get from reading tarot every day, and that's just your basic everyday kind of stuff, and then you can get into how can I use it in my spellcraft, and boy, that's a whole other kettle of fish, kind of thing. So
Yeah, that's really interesting.
and that's really really interesting, and that's something I would maybe offer as a third level kind of thing, for witches who
Yeah.
want to learn how to use tarot in your spellcraft, and most probably already do, but some there's a lot of baby witches, a lot of new witches, a lot of people
Totally.
discovering witchcraft these days. So something else I can
No, it's
offer.
all very valuable, and you are a fantastic teacher.
Oh
You
well, thank you.
really are. I love your explanations and your detail, and you have the most calming voice of all time ever. And
Yes,
it is just,
Yeah,
it's
great
it's
radio
like a
voice.
pleasure to listen to you. To be
every,
totally honest, it really
everybody
is.
everybody falling asleep in chat because I'm lulling them to sleep.
It's like ASMR. It's like terrible
Yeah,
ASMR.
Yeah,
it's not
they're
falling
always
asleep; it's
smart.
entrancement.
Yes, agreed. Well, I'm so grateful that you wanted to do this with us today.
Well,
Yeah,
Thank you so much for sharing everything. I definitely have a lot to work with right now, and I'm really excited about next week getting to do
yes, we'll do the
the
major
major
arcana
arcana. That's
next
going to
week,
be
and
totally.
great.
maybe give time for people to come up with some questions, and we can answer some questions before we get started.
Absolutely.
And then we'll do the major
I had
arcana.
questions, but you hit them all, so it didn't even matter.
Yeah,
Awesome,
yeah.
awesome.
It's awesome.
That is
Yeah,
good.
Thank you. Yay. Lady said 10 out of 10.
I
She
saw that.
loves
Thank you
it.
very much.
That's
Very, very
great.
generous.
That's so great.
So,
I'm so glad that all of you guys were here. Everybody in chat, I'm so glad you
yeah.
enjoyed it. If there
Thanks
was
to our
any new
chatters.
folks, we're so happy to have you. Whether you came from Plain Toast's channel or whether you found us on the Facebook posts and the Witch Facebook posts, wherever you came from, we're glad you're here.
Yeah, we got many new follows. That's great.
We
Thank
did.
you,
that's
everyone.
awesome.
It
That's
was
the whole
great.
idea behind doing this, right? The collabs is getting our communities to share and getting the follows and exciting people and stuff like that. And it's what's awesome
It's
about
the
it all. And
best.
Yeah,
I'm honored to be a guest of you guys, and honored to be
I'm
your
so
friends, and
glad.
yeah.
very
Thank
happy to
you.
be here.
Honored to have
I
you.
right back
Yeah.
at you.
So
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
You
so
are a
let's do that major
fantastic
arcana next
human.
week. I'm gonna go eat some cottage cheese and go to sleep.
That
Deal.
sounds
That
good.
sounds
I
really
should
good,
have a
actually.
snack
Yeah,
too.
I should do a snack myself.
Yeah. That being said,
Yeah. Find somebody to raid.
let's rate someone super chill right now, so we can
Yeah.
go do our things. We can just raid and run.
Can we do Mystery Science Theater?
Let's do Mystery Science Theater for
Yeah.
anybody in chat. Enjoy the glory of the Mystery Science Theater.
Yeah.
I
That's
love
my favorite.
I
It
love Mystery Science
never
Theater.
lets you down. It's so fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll raid over there. Everybody say
Yeah.
hey.
Roxy, the raid cabin. Since I know you're gonna beat me anyway, do you want to do MST3K?
Yes.
That'll be great.
Good night,
Good
y'all.
night,
Thank you.
Scar. And
Thank you for
also
chilling.
mod love
Oh yeah.
to all of our mods.
Oh yeah.
Mod love.
Roxy is the cutest little mod I ever did see.
Yeah.
And we had Chid pop in for a little hot
Chid's
second.
in there. He's still hanging out.
Is he still hanging out?
He's a
That's
lurking
amazing.
mod.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I'm so grateful for all the mods that make the time to come in here and
Totally.
hang out. And I know, like, it's fleeting sometimes. It's hard, especially during COVID. It was really easy because no one had shit to do. Now everybody's got shit to do.
Now we're all
So
getting things to do
I
again.
totally understand, but
Yeah.
I'm so grateful that you were here and listening and taking care of business.
For sure.
And yeah, this is so wonderful. What a wonderful night. I feel so like happy and fulfilled with learning all of this stuff, and I cannot wait to actually play around with an actual tarot deck now.
Yeah.
Awesome.
You're inspiring me.
Break this
Awesome.
back out.
Hey,
What-
Joey,
what-
I'm glad you enjoyed it so much too.
Yeah.
maybe with the major arcanas next week, I can do like maybe just explain some basic spreads and how to
Yes, I
how,
would
how
love
I
that.
shuffle and stuff. Getting a little more technical stuff.
Honestly, yes, that would
Cool,
be,
that'd be awesome.
perfect.
Yeah.
Also, yes, 'cause
Very
there's a lot
good.
of questions with that too. So I
Yeah.
feel like that's
Awesome.
gonna be
Cool.
super helpful.
Well, we got
Awesome.
a raid incoming.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you so much for being on here with us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah.
teaching
And
us
anybody that
everything.
hasn't followed Plain Toast, follow Plain
Yeah.
Toast.
Please
no
follow
jam.
Plain Toast. And thank you
Follow
all
the
for joining us.
toast.
We love all of you.
Yes. All right, everybody, have a fantastic weekend, and we will see you guys soon. Bye.
Good night, y'all.
Good night.